Hello, everyone. What? I need to resize this. I think. Oh, no. Other way. Other way. Yeah, more. Murr Chrimmis. Murr Chrimmis, Dragogo. Resize, come on. Yeah, more. Ta-da! Okay. There it be. I can move this a little closer. Alright. Hello, everyone. I'm Dren Hatamata. On chair. Oh. Merry Chrimmis Eve. Pre-Chrimmis. I decided, I'd do some streaming. Actually having a pretty good day, all things considered. Let's see. We got the Chrimmis boxes. That's what we got. Alright. So, as you know, you may have noticed, is I call it Streamis. I wasn't completely sure what I wanted to do entirely, so I was like, well, I wanted to play Minecraft. I wanted to play some other stuff. Yeah, I just wanted to do a bunch of stuff. So, that's what I figured I could do. I could play this for a bit. I could do something, then I could do something later. Maybe even some creepypastas or some kind of discussion or some whatever crap. Maybe a different game. Ugh. Alright, yeah, we're still building this tower. I don't really have anything. Not another cat. Why? You have so many places to go, but you have to come here.
She loves you.
Your claws say otherwise. I will use you like a minigun. I don't think she liked that. Alright, no. I ain't do nothing. Alright. Yeah, whatever. But, yeah. I actually did do some of this off screen. And keep in mind, if it looks choppy, that's not just you. That's on me. It's a thing I've bitched about since the yonder years. And it drives me up the fucking wall. But, yeah, I did some of this off screen, so to kind of streamline it, but I was like, we're close to the top, let's slow it down. As I could have done a couple more layers. Okay. And just as an example, all that's on right now is Streamlabs and the game. That's all I have, and it's looking this choppy. There's nothing else on. You can see my dilemma. Nevertheless, one day. But, I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow entirely, or what we're gonna do. But, we're gonna enjoy it. We're gonna enjoy the fuck out of it. My wife is being bombarded by cats.
On my shoulder. Ow.
You need help?
Oh.
Dost thou need help?
She's spitting into the face with her tail.
Alright.
Honey.
Christmas shenanigans.
We need rescue. Ah! She took the blankets. There's a bowl. There's a bigger bowl.
Oh, man. Well, there you go.
There's a bowl.
All right. Ah, shit. Fell out. I got plenty of power. Whatever.
Do it.
Yeah.
Don't you do it.
No.
So hard you choke on it.
Is that what you're gonna tell me? Choke on it. I don't like the confidence of that no. I don't think you're sorry. Okay, so fuck. What was I about to say? Damn it! Forgot what I was gonna say. Okay. Yeah. Right? Yes, okay. Alright, oh, that's right. So, full disclosure, ooh, that was instant. So, wait a minute, what? Whoa, hold on a second. Oh, never mind. I'm being an idiot. Okay, so, just full disclosure, if all of a sudden the stream just cuts out like out of nowhere, likely power to the circuit breaker will pop. Earlier what happened was I had heaters on and I had a bunch of stuff on and breaker went and I had to go redo that. And what is this? I don't know what that's all about, but okay. So yeah, that was interesting. It kind of sucked because I was not expecting that by any means. I need to check the chat, make sure it's working. 1, 2. Come on. Do it again. There we go. 3. All right. Chat is working. All right. Now, one of the problems that fuck. Was that 63? No, I didn't need a damn screenshot. What the hell? Jackass. Alright, so one of the problems I was having is it's cold. It's fucking cold. And I don't personally put out enough body heat to warm the whole house. Unfortunately. So my large size means nothing right now. But what I have, we're trying to get it. We're trying to make it plenty efficient, but we're having to keep the water going to make sure it doesn't freeze, because we're in Alabama. We don't freeze too much.
No.
Like, it's not that it doesn't happen, it's just not common. It's not common to the average Alabamian. You know, got ice here and there. Like seriously, if I sprayed water out in the lawn right now, it would freeze in like half an hour. And I know, other states are way colder, I get that, but I don't want it. I don't want it at all. Well, I mean, I kind of want it. I don't like it being balsa. Isn't that just what it is? You know, we're always constantly complaining about the weather. Ah, it's too hot. It's too cold. It's too dry. It's too wet. I suppose that's just par for the course now. And remember, I'm British. It's in my blood to complain about the weather. So I've heard anyway. Like you get a British person, I mean, British on my mom's side, not she was born in England. But yeah, that's the thing. Dude, it was so cold outside. Yes, it fucking was. We have shit we want to burn. We don't want it in our house anymore. It's fucking cold, and we're like, I guess we're not doing it this time. 55, 67. Okay. Alright, so right here should be level ground. So that's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I'm trying to remember how I did it. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4 line. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me get this in my head real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1. That's how it would be. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is how I need to do it. You may kindly fuck off. Stop it! Oh, lag, why? Why must I be cursed with the layhoog? Alright, yeah, there we go. So yeah, it's gonna start 4 here. Got it. You're British? Yeah, my mother was born in England. Not sure where in England. She was born in England. She was raised Jewish. Yeah, I've got British blood in me. So at some point, I am British. British. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What was it? Hold on, I need to get the size of the rooms. I might be fucking this up again. It might be 6. I can't remember how I made my towers. I completely forgot. Damn. Okay, so yeah, this is a tower that's meant to optimize rather, potential storage and mining. It's just a very optimal. Practically, it's I don't know. It just works well for me, and I love it because I can cover a lot of ground real easy. If I want to go a certain direction, it's not a problem. And I do it chunk by chunk. So, like, if I actually need to expand it at some point, like, it's like I actually either fill the whole thing up or I just need more space to mine. Like, I'm tired of going in the 2 directions, then I move over one and then start on that one. And widen my trails. So, yeah. But, yeah, my wife's got a German background. I'm British. I guess you're Polish, like you said.
Do you want to tell them?
Not what about what?
Your grandmother and my great-grandfather.
How my grandmother was a Jewish Holocaust survivor, and how you had a great-great-grandfather that...
Great grandfather, not great.
Okay, he had a great-grandfather... Jesus! He had a great-grandfather that,
Was a Nazi, yeah.
That was a Nazi. Sorry, I'm fighting my way through mobs.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah, her great-grandfather was Nazi, so... Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure how long I'm gonna play this. Probably a couple hours, and then then I guess I'll do some creepypasta. So I'm gonna go right directly in line, and then... Or maybe I should end with that, I don't know. There's just not too much I can do. I could probably stream I'd probably stream my emulator. Possibly. I could probably do that. Damn it! Oh, this lag is screwing me. Oh my god, leave me alone. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so I guess it doesn't matter how I do it as long as it's 5. So... Yeah, I'm not sure what to do. I don't really have too much to talk about. Shit, where are the things I stream again? I don't have too much to talk about, like, for S&G. There's not really anything I want to edit right now. I don't have any other scripts I want to put in. I could do some SNES games, but... I don't... I feel like I'd have the same problem for anything action-y. And also, I kind of have a lot of games I want to do episodically. Which really sucks. Because it's just a lot of work. A lot of labor. I need to get back to editing. I'm hoping to do that next year once we get some problems alleviated. If I could, I would definitely I'd definitely be editing. Ideally, I'd be in a much less stressful form of work or something. I don't know. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the next 4, so this should be 2, 3. So that'd be 3, so I think it was 2 and then 2 and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, it is. That's what it was. So it should be right here. Got it. Okay, so I still got it. I got it. Okay, so now I don't need that until... Wait, have I been putting those in? I do not... Shit, I don't remember. Damn it. Yeah, I figured I would just do whatever. You know, I know that a lot of people are probably already had, you know, plans and they're already doing stuff or whatever. So I figured, whatever. I'll just do my thing. Not everyone, like, so I don't really have much of an expectation for anyone to be, like, looking, oh, hey, guys streams. Maybe he's weirdo. I don't know. Maybe I am a weirdo. Maybe you're just not weird enough. Oh man, I wish I wish I had more grounds in which to like actually plan stuff, because with the way my computer is and all the shit we gotta do right now, I'm sorry, but owning a house takes so much goddamn time. Especially when, you know, you don't have anyone to really put, to fix your problems and stuff. Like, it is incredibly hectic. Let me see. There's not really a point right here to do it, is there? I don't think so. So I think I'll just go ahead and, yeah, there we go. And this is gonna be like the first actual room. It should work right. And I don't know if that's gonna match up.
Okie dokie.
Okay. Son of a bitch. Damn it. Hey, buddy, you ever want to watch someone who is terrible at video games? This guy right here. Sucks Moten Donkey Wang. The wang sucks so much you can smell it a mile away. Alright. So, I wonder how far we'll get. I'm actually afraid to put on the music. For a while, my computer was actually running pretty decent for this stuff. Ah. Then all of a sudden, it stopped being really nice. To me. Specifically. It's like, oh no, you were trying to do stuff that's important to you. No, we're not doing that shit. We gotta make you look like a dummy. I know self-deprecating humor is unbecoming, but I don't know, it's almost therapeutic to me. Alright, so one of the only things that I haven't done before is not, of course, not everything is renewable, but you can get incredible amounts of a lot of things. And since I'm using so much deep slate, like, all this deep slate will do a lot for me. And I really want to decorate around that. I mean, oh god, could you imagine if I was trying to do just like obsidian everything? Oh. I have thought about that. I've got another world where I made some really big-ass towers. Actually, real quick. I need to light this up. Before I get mobbies. And you, sir, probably need to come up. Shit. Wait, I can just go down. Alright. So, one of the other things I know I'm gonna need... Oh, was there a chest there? Yes, there is a chest here. But it does not have anything I need. Alright, I really want to make a, I would really like to make a big sorting system. Sorting systems are really important. I think they do a lot of good. Oh, yeah, we got some. I guess I should go ahead and grab some more. That's tough. So like I have Minecraft Realms, okay? So one of the things I did with that was I actually used it to just make gigantic towers. But I also forgot to make them practical, so take that for what you will. Like, I don't really have a purpose for them, but, like, I really had this idea of, like, making towers, just upon towers upon towers. That's because I thought it would be cool. And I can't lie, I like how it worked, how it's been working out, but it's not very practical, to be honest. Like, fucking... I don't fucking know what's going on. Like, it's I don't know, it's just kind of hard. Because I don't know what the fuck to do. Like, here, I have, like, all kinds of plans and stuff, but there, the towers is pretty much all I had. At least right now. And then I was gonna, like, it was just gonna be, like, a bunch of towers all over the place made of different materials. But now it's just like, what are you gonna actually do, though? Once, like, I don't know where to expand and start making other stuff. So, like, I've just kind of abandoned it, yet I'm still paying on it. I might, you know what? I could do... No, not really super flat world. At that point, it'd be really hard for me to get materials for most of the stuff. I wouldn't mind doing that. Oh, god damn it. Alright. Just fuck all the way off. No! Oh, no! Leave me alone! Oh, bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. Damn spider. Damn skeleton. Alright. This is always dark anyway. Because of my massive complex. Oh. Know how you guys doing out there? What's been going on with you guys? I'm not doing too much. That's why I'm streaming. I'll do some creepypasta after a while. But hey, we're finally breaking the crest on the tower. I need to get my note thing out. Oh man. One of these days I'll have some people that, well, I don't know. If I had a more regular schedule and not, I would probably have more people, but you know, I don't know. I'm a new Jedi, I guess. This is really best I can say. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Protect me, man. Protect me. God damn it. Can you just leave my damn doors alone? Oh, come on. Their hitboxes aren't that... God damn lag. Where the... Oh my god. It's been so long since I've actually killed this friggin' regular zombie that I forgot how annoying it was to kill them, how much life they actually had. Alright, so this should be level 63 right here, level with the water, with standard water. And then rooms go up to like 6. So it's like a 5 space thing, from what I remember. I could probably hop onto whichever one I made another tower on, but maybe I want to be lazy. Ow. Alright, so this is where it actually started for these. Alright, so you get the corners. It always goes across there. I need to keep that open for now. This motherfucker. Come on. My stupid hands. My stupid, slow-ass hands. Someone's gonna be like, hey, you want to catch these hands? And I'm like, no, I'm not. I can't react that fast. What are you talking about? I can't even catch a cold. Yeah. Alright, that looks right. And then... because it's also there. There we go. Okay. So it's like that. And for every 2 columns, there's a space. And it keeps going like that, in that pattern. So it's just nice and perfectly done. And I have to do this kind of room, all the way up. And it should perfectly match up with the top room. And this should make it to where, worst comes to worst, if I need more storage space for things that are unaccommodated, like, I have the space. It should be fucking great, right? In theory? I'm gonna leave this open because I'm gonna need to be able to get there. And now... Oh no, not that one. So, so what do you guys like to do for Christmas? Do you have any like Christmas family traditions that you like to do? Do you have anything that's special to you and your family that you want to talk about or whatever? Or something that you like to do on your own, just as your own little Christmas thing? Do you like to be more abstract and against the grain and do something like a Halloween Christmas? A Halloweenmas. That don't take that word out of context. You heard me say nothing. Am I understood? I never said a thing. Like, I can't say there's too much we do that would, like, constitute as, like, any of our own personal traditions or anything like that. As far as I can tell. Oh, yeah, that's right. And then... this one... and get nice and lit up. And it's symmetrical. Oh, Jesus. Personally, I like to just watch old Christmas movies. Even new ones like Claus. Nice. Nice. I don't know. I'm just not fond of, like, too many Christmas movies. Maybe it's because I don't like consuming that much cheese and I'm lactose intolerant, but I don't know. I don't want to get sticky because they're so sappy. I like anything that like I said, going against the grain is normally one of the... oh god. Excuse me. Is normally what I normally go for in that regard. Okay. Like, I don't know. I guess the concept of having something that's generally traditional like that is just kind of like obscure to me. Like maybe it's just because I'm such a non-traditionalist that I'm not used to like doing a thing, and or maybe there's just not too much that's particularly as special to me. I'm not sure. Like it's just something I've never really done. Like, is that weird? Am I weird? I mean, I guess the short answer is yes, but... I mean, it doesn't really explain anything. You know, it's kind of like... you know... there's a guy who said that every summer he and his dad would watch Mr. and Mrs. Smith. You know, the movie where it's like a couple spies end up marrying each other, and they're meant to kill each other, or whatever. And like, I just thought that was so weird. At least at the time. And I just didn't get it, and I was like, oh, okay, we can watch it. You okay, hon? Like, I don't know, it's just like an oddity to me. You can tell I've gotten used to doing this. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, something's not right. That's not right. Because this, 1, 2, 3, 4. Thought I went up to 6. Shit, I didn't, did I? Damn it. I need to get a bed down here. So yeah, like, when it comes to like Christmas tradition or whatever, it's definitely a personal thing, and I don't like, I would never push anything, but I don't know why other people would. Like, if you start pushing it on anyone else, I mean, it stops making it special. You know, on a lot of it. I've thought about creating like something like that was particularly special, but I haven't found it yet. And I guess it's, if I tried to force one, like a tradition on myself, like, oh, I'm gonna do this every Christmas, I feel like it wouldn't come off as genuine. And I gotta be honest, it does not feel very Christmassy on my end, or my whiffband. Just one of those things. It's like, eh. Yeah. Oh, god damn, it's cold. Temperature's dropping, isn't it? I'm looking at 21. God damn, it's like -2 Celsius. Or -4, maybe. Why don't we use Celsius? Maybe it's us who are the lame ones. Instead, we use Fahrenheit, also known apparently as freedom units. It's raining Zambos. I didn't realize this is like perfectly in the center, far enough away from mobs. Damn. Jesus. God damn. Alright, now I go back down to the Wizwow. Wizwow! Oh. Damn. Shit, what's the temperature in all your places? Because our inside temperature is like 67 or something. Like, it's chilly. I might need to get a blanket. Actually, that's something we could do, is fucking, throw our, all our blankets in the dryer for about 5 minutes or something. Put some clothes on. Ooh. Alright. So, do you guys have any plans for New Year's? I can't say we have much. We weren't expecting it to be so goddamn cool. I certainly was not. I was not expecting such a chill in my life. Alright, oh my god. Oh, this is gonna be like the hardest level of this whole damn thing, isn't it? Oh god. Come on, just leave me alone. Can't just let me work, can you? I can't say we have that many plans. I think we'll probably end up trying to take advantage of any after Christmas sales after the 29th. Don't really have much else we can do otherwise. Oh, hey, ravine. If I go a certain direction for a while, I can get more fun stuff. Okay. Damn it. Oh, I know what I did wrong. I normally go like that. Then like that. And then it's like that. And then I get the top thing. That's what I did wrong. Now I know. Alright, can I just go ahead and get on top of that, actually? Oh. I hate having to redo shit so much. But yeah, what's going on for your, mother fucking tree? You? Ah, I see. You're one of those motherfuckers. Couldn't reach you, so I never got rid of you. Alright, so yeah, yeah, what you guys doing for, national, the year birthday? The year of, the year's birthdays, where our calendar year turns, 2023. Because we guys, because part of it is going to be cold as shit, so that's not going to make it any easier. Maybe it'll be warm enough we can go ahead and burn shit with any luck, and that'll at least give us something fun to do. We got a few fireworks, if they're even any good right now. I couldn't tell you. Let me go ahead and get this back. Alright, so I'll go ahead and get the corners. So something that I always think is interesting is there's actually a lot of places around here that you can't just shoot fireworks. Which really sucks. Because I love shooting fireworks. I love the explodies and the colors myself. I really hate that some people just can't do fireworks. I know we try to do fireworks all the time in July. Ah, god damn it. And that's always great. Normally the problem is hot as balls, but it's a lot more comfortable than doing it when it's cold because you can actually move. Rather than trying to keep yourself from, or, keep your fingers that way they can still move. I know that feeling. Kotabaru sama sama. Curse you, Ken Star. I will defeat you. That explains everything. I've been watching a lot of Eagle Raptor lately. Leave me alone. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I should probably go ahead and light up around here. Galactic Maru. Maybe one day I'll have enough confidence to actually draw the digital arts. Oh, that's right, yeah. People are going to war with the fucking AI art programs and stuff and the developers. I didn't know that Epic made one of those AI art programs. And it's just like, okay, I get that it can streamline creating a game, but holy shit. Like, you're just screwing, because it's just to save money, right? As far as we know, that's all it's actually going to practically do. Is save them money. And it's not like, it's not like there's going to be a whole bunch to go around for most people. Okay, maybe that's enough. That they'll leave me alone. Not like I'd be going too far. But I think overall it's good. Even though I get, because like some people, they can't afford thumbnails, because like our art gets expensive. Someone is putting their time and effort, and there's a reason it's expensive. Like, guess what? Artists have to eat too. I'm sorry, I like to eat and, fill my stomach with the things I enjoy, like sustenance. And, like, bold of me to talk about it, right? Because I'm not an artist. But, I would rather pay someone. I can develop most of a thumbnail, but I can't draw. I can't draw my fucking avatar. I think I might do something for my thumbnails that's different from my poses. Like the one you see on screen. I think I might do something a little different. Like make that a different art style from someone. And because I have something a little bit in mind as it goes further. But it's still something I think I would rather pay for. And but here's the other side of that is if you can't afford the part where you need to pay someone to do your thumbnails, like how much do you really think you should be worried about having that? Like it's getting more and more where creators that don't have these skills are I feel like it's going to stifle some of their creativity because it's going to give them the laziest thing to do. And all the quote unquote creativity is going to be streamlined through things like the AI art programs. And it's gonna make it to where I think some people aren't going to really give they're not going to get some of the skills they would have otherwise. Like to me, I think that working on limitation breeds a lot of creativity. I.e., like the first Matrix film. The first Matrix film was pretty fucking great. And it also didn't have that big of a budget because everyone's like, oh, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. Fucking, I don't know what's going to go on. But you want to know what they did? They have the fucking Keanu Reeves fucking funded the shit himself. And he was like, hell yeah. And, like, good on him, too. Because that shit was not easy for them to make. But the second one was not that good, and it was given a huge budget. And they were able to streamline all that stuff, and I think ultimately that stifled a lot of the creativity and quality of what the original product was. It also doesn't help that it suffers a lot from the sequelitis as it is. Not all sequels are bad, but that one was just not memorable. But yeah, I would say that the AI art programs are a net negative in the end. I get people taking advantage of, hey, I don't have to pay a streamer, or I don't have to pay an artist, which means I can get these custom thumbnails and improve on quality. I feel like you're not working as hard for it either. Myself, I'm working with the limitations I got. I've got limited money. I can only afford so much when it comes to funding my channel. Oops. I can only do so much, and I have to set priorities. Like, there's a bunch of stuff I've been trying to get. Like, I have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 items between poses and thumbnails that I need to get. I don't really have, and, to get those, and they're mostly simple, right? Like, they're not like super complex poses, and it's no background. Those are like $15 a pop, like minimum. At least for me. Now a few of the thumbnails I got, those were like a solid 60. Um, like Cookie's Art, made the Sailor Moon one, and that was 60. Drogogo made the one with Breath of Fire, and on that one, that was also, I believe, 60 if I remember right. Now I had some extra stuff. It wasn't just a pose. It was also dynamic shit. Well, yeah, those are expensive. I get it. But I still paid for them because of the value I have in it. And also, there's just more life in it. Like, it's more interesting. Eventually, I need to make some more legit thumbnails for my streams. And then I'm going to go back and make sure I apply those. So yeah, no thank you. I think I'll avoid the AI art programs myself and just work with what I got. Also, I guess I'm coming from a little bit of a privileged position because I really didn't have to. A lot of the poses I got were free, out of circumstance. Like, it wasn't things I asked for initially. It was things that were made, in regards to other projects. And by proxy, I was allowed to have and use them. And I appreciate that. But I definitely wouldn't mind being able to do some of my own drawing. Alright, that should be it. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Now I got my pattern back. Ha 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 ha. Damn, look at those vines. I can't believe those vines were still growing. I think they finally grew all the way down for the most part. I could climb those vines too, all the way up to my base. The wheel in the sky keeps on turning. I don't know where I'll be tomorrow. Excuse me. Sometimes I drive. What was it? Sometimes I drive, ignore the signs without a second's thought. I'm not an asshole, don't care about getting caught. My friend the lawyer, Ped's... damn it, I can't remember the lyrics. You know what I really wish I could do? And it would be something that I could never monetize. I really wish I could put on Rocksmith 2014 remastered. I would feel so great if I could do that. But let's face it, there's no way I would be allowed. I could mute the rest of the music, but I feel like there wouldn't be much point to it. And then, would it also recognize my guitar playing? It is easier to recreate the guitar. I don't know. I really don't. It's one of those, spicy territory. Like, you know what I mean? Like, all the music on there is pretty much, it's all copyright. Like, that's the kind of the MO of it. But man, I would love to do it on stream. I would love it so much. And also, because it would give me more excuse to play my guitars. I have barely played at all. I haven't felt like playing. I have felt like playing Rocksmith, though. Not to mention, I've got so many songs that I want to have. Like there's literally thousands of dollars worth of songs that I could get, and I try to get some songs that I want to play every time there's a sale going on Steam, but pretty sure you know how it is. You only have so much money, and it's still, even when there's money off, it's still a lot of money. Like, it's no joke. No, it's the wrong one. So yeah, definitely. I can't remember. There was like over 1,100 items for Rocksmith. And I've got like 100 out of those that I chose from that are on my wish list. I guess I could promote the fucking Steam wish list. Now, how come we don't do that? Well, you know what? I wouldn't want to add a bunch of people on Steam. Would I? That's not something I'd want to do, is it? Like, yeah, I think that one might want to be a little closer to people I'm actually friends with. Because I've gifted things to people a couple times, but I mean, I guess I really want to, like, an Amazon wishlist is something totally different. Oh, speaking of which, I need to figure out, see how they're. Oh, you know what? One of their warehouses closed down. That's right. It was a unionized warehouse, and they shut it the fuck down. Sort of like what Starbucks did to some of the stores that were unionized. They shut them down because, hey, are union busting, which is blatantly illegal. The bastards. They just want to be able to live their lives without being dedicated to something so benign as a basic coffee shop. They just want a basic living wage, reasonable hours, not to be treated like shit, and have some benefits. I'm sorry, but when a workplace can provide proper insurance, and I think they should still provide insurance for part-timers too. You know, just despite how annoying insurance is and how much of a scam it already is to be in the beginning, when it's taken out of your check automatically and you start like that, it's much easier to manage, because you only have to work with what's left. You're not the one that's directly paying for it. You are, well, I mean, you're directly paying for it, but you're not having to make the actual transaction yourself. It's generally already done out of your paycheck, and that's something that is something I can appreciate. And I wish it was like that. I wish more people had access to decent health insurance, because my god, Walmart sucked with it, and part-timers didn't even have any of it. I got lucky with a full-time position. And I gotta have some solidarity. All these workers out here, they need help. They need to stop getting. Companies need to stop screwing them. If they want to be screwed, they'd ask for it. That's not to say there isn't like shitty employees, but the good employees shouldn't have to suffer because of the shitty ones. Like, I'm part of a union, and I fucking love it. I mean, it still could be better, but I'm not gonna complain with what I got. Not too much, especially since I've only been there for a little bit. Okay, so now it should be a bit easier. Yeah, there we go. How did I get on this topic? Oh yeah, I just remembered I was talking about an Amazon wishlist thing. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having an Amazon wishlist if I, decided to get one. And sometimes you have to get stuff from Amazon. It's just whatever. Everything's streamlined on Amazon. People can publish books on Amazon too. And I don't blame anyone for using it, but myself, I'm going to stay off of it. For the most part. I don't like it. Ooh. Ah, my head. Alright. I need a favor from you guys. And it shouldn't be too hard. It shouldn't be too hard. Like if you've worked retail, this is no different. If you've worked fast food, this is no different. It's a similar request to what you've likely heard, but if you can, could you just run up to the sun real quick and just turn it up just a tad, and we'll notice the difference in about 15 minutes. 6 minutes to get here, and then another 7 minutes to get situated. You know? Yeah. Ah. It is the Facebook. Listen, I'm on Facebook all the time, but I don't do anything on Facebook. But I'm not on Twitter. Well, I jump on Twitter here and there, but that's where, normally if I post something, that's where I post. But I don't know what to do. Facebook is just, I don't feel comfortable posting anything on it, because it keeps leading to weird drama situations. But I'm not sure I want to necessarily get rid of it yet, because it's made great contact, and unfortunately, I don't have enough people that I want to keep up with on, either Twitter or Discord. I wish I had more people. But, just kind of damn. Despite Mr. Muskie getting Twitter, I mean, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the fire. I'm warming my marshmallows. Marshanimos. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy it. But I don't know. My experience on Twitter is better, but I never post on there. I never do. I glance at it. I don't look at things. And I guess my experience on Facebook has really soured a lot of my experience on social media overall, besides maybe YouTube. And I hate that. I hate it a lot. It's not fair. It was the night before Christmas, and all was asleep, except for that little bastard in room 5E. Heh. Hon?
Yeah.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all was asleep, except for that little bastard in room 5E.
Sorry, that'd be me. I'm playing video games. I couldn't sleep. I have insomnia. And Santa promised me some extra fucking games if I waited for him.
You'll be out of your parents' bedroom in a second.
Yeah, thanks, D. You're fucking douche.
Okay. Oh, that fucked up. Damn it. Damn it, scrolly wheel. Sometimes you're like right on the money with what I want, and then other times you're just like, oh no, fuck you. The cuck. Let's see. Oh god. Damn it! Oh, excuse me. Do 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 do. So, when it comes to video games, like what's some things about a video game that like it's a mystery, and it's something that's been on your mind before, and it's something you'd like to see solved. Like, you guys have any of those? Mine would be Dead Hand in the Well for it's one of mine. It would be Dead Hand in the Well of Kokoriko Village and Ocarina of Time. If you don't know that, that's the creepy fucking weird Ju-on looking thing with the sharp claws or whatever. All I know is that it is a girl. I know some of the Japanese stories it's based on, but I don't know. I don't really know where or what it's really from, you know? Because, the big thing is, as far as Zelda, who is Dead Hand? My wife and I have speculated for a while, but we don't really have an answer on exactly who. We're like, oh, maybe it's the master of the original mansion or whatever, the facility. And, like, that makes sense and all, but we don't. But that's more likely to be Bongo Bongo. So that's one of the mysteries we've been trying to figure out for a while. Well, what's something that you guys have that's like that? A mystery you've been trying to figure out for the longest time that you have yet to figure out. Because there's a lot of mysteries like that. And I feel like a lot of them tend to get overlooked sometimes. Because it's not easy to it's not easy to look up some of these things because there's little to no information or something like that. Like, some of this stuff is just not easy to find. But as far as, like, who Dead Hand is, in regards to this world, we just don't know. What the hell? Where's the other fucking... No, I kept it all in one line. I can hear a cat snoring. It's cute. Damn. Alright, okay. I'll run up and get all the stuff up there. And start from that. I thought I had more. Thought I would have had more. Oh. So, definitely looking into, you know what? I bitch and complain about, getting a new graphics card, new GPU. I will say I have looked at some stuff, some prices for ones I might be looking for. And, I gotta say that I can probably get one when I do my taxes. So right now, I don't know what I'm gonna get as far as taxes. But ideally it won't be insignificant. Last year I got like 4,000. With my wife and I. And hopefully if it's like anything this year, then hopefully I can get way ahead. With any luck, this might be like a big turnaround year. Because right now I am just not at a point where I'm stable enough with money to be able to throw, $300 or more at something. As much as I wish. Like I'm actually considering like getting rid of or dropping to lower sets of subscriptions or whatever. Like I'm thinking about it on Netflix. I don't think any of us really watch Netflix enough to justify having the family one with like up to 4 screens. I'm thinking about maybe dropping that one because it would be like 12 something. I'll be saving a few bucks a month. I'm trying to avoid dropping on Patreon. I feel real bad because I'm trying to help support people. Speaking of which, I need to make sure I'm on the right tier for what I was hoping for. Damn. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I can cut expenses. Like I'd have like an energy drink every day. Well, I still get energy drinks every once in a while, but I have not had nearly as many in the last 3 months. Like I may have had like two or three in a week, and that's probably better for me. But I mean, I don't like the idea of like having to cut out certain things that shouldn't be a problem. Like cutting out, like a $4 thing you like to get, like coffee or something. I don't think it should be necessary to have to do that in a situation. But I make enough money, I shouldn't be complaining. So I know it's probably petty of me, but I mean, I don't want to, I don't like worrying about my expenses, but I'm constantly worried about it. Constantly. I mean, I've got a list of shit that I've literally got a list of shit that's bothering me. Like, labeled pretty much as is. Like, we got some vehicles. We have 3 vehicles in all, but only mine is actually insured and registered. But, like, there's a whole bunch of stuff in the house that I want to get fixed. And I don't know what all to do about all those, but we're doing it a little bit at a time. And, easier said than done. Because it's not just... Even getting a quote seems terrifying to me because I don't want to know the answer. Or it's not that I don't want to know the answer, it's that I'm terrified of the answer. which really sucks. Because with the amount of money I make, that shouldn't be nearly as much of a problem. But being a homeowner is fucking expensive, man. Like, it's expensive and it's stressful. And it's mainly because, like, we have, you know, we were the previous owners that had it didn't really take as good care of it. So that's got my jimmies in a rustle. Like, we need a new furnace. That's a big thing. We might be able to get that next year. Of course, you know, next year only being, you know, what, 6 days away now? Yeah, about 6. Wait, 30th? 7.
6 to 7, honey, yes.
7, because 31st, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, a week. So, given that, like, we just gotta fucking. Budgeting isn't so simple, and a lot of things is we keep getting mystery expenses out of nowhere. And, I can't wait to get taxes back. Like, I'm looking forward to it this year more than I think I have in any other year. Like one of the things is I really want to alleviate these things. That way they're no longer on my mind like they are right now. Like, they have taken over my mind. And it's stressful just to know that I'm constantly thinking about it. Like, if I could alleviate that, I would love to be in a position where I am no longer complaining on stream or in videos about it, to where I can actually think about video games again. Because, like, video games have been, like, very last priority. So is my channel's been put way back as well. Just because, like, other things are higher priority that I care about. You know, and it's funny, I like, every week, even though I get, I don't know, what, 1,700 a paycheck every 2 weeks, I still end up after 2 days, I might have, after bills and stuff, sometimes I am down to like, oh, well, I got like 500 left. And it's like, it's no fault of our own. We just gotta eat, man. Gotta eat and pay bills. Sorry, I like food. I like to eat. I like the noms. So no fault there. One good thing is I will be getting a cost of living raise wage here in January, so that'll be a nice little boost. I'm gonna collect up all our donation stuff, and I think starting for next year, I think I might start actually getting all the information I need for all the things we donate to, because we donate like 20, 35 bucks every paycheck. If I can get that, we might be able to use that as a tax write-off. I doubt it'd be collectively enough, but that, along with
Sometimes it's even more, depending on the people we know and if they need it too.
yeah. Yeah, sometimes. That's what it is on average, so that... I don't know, it could get up there. I think it has to, like, be more than 1,000 or something. Like, it's nothing we'd get much back, but it'd be, like, maybe a couple hundred deductible. Which, face it, for most of us is, like, a real big deal. Damn it, this little lobby section keeps throwing me off. Chrimmis. Alright. Make the tower. Let me read off all my things to do in Minecraft. So I got the diamond pickaxe, bee farm, chicken farm, cow farm, pig farm, sheep farm of each color. I haven't done that. Create a village. I've kind of done that. Villager farm. Yeah. Make the tower. I'm working on it. Underground storage. That'll be covered. Enchant things. I've done that. Diamond armor. I've done that. Netherite armor. I haven't done that. All achievements. Really not sure. Clear chunk. I've finally done that. Beacon. Make it. Alright, haven't done that. Kill Wither, haven't done that, or else I would have had a beacon. Conquer the Nether. Nope, haven't done that. Conquer the End. Haven't done that. If I conquer the Nether, I mean, I need a base. I need a base there. Same thing with the End. After, because I finally beat Ender Dragon Gene. So that was absolutely awesome. I love that. And also a tower in different materials. Like, this is a separate tower that is not like the tower I'm making now. It'd be similar, except like every layer would be a different thing. Different blocks. Ocean, dry, thing, circle. You know, when they drain a section of ocean. Many auto farms. Ultimate strip mine. This is also going into the ultimate strip mine. Iron farm, which is something I think I might try and find a spot for after this. But I need to figure out a good spot to put it. I really would love to have an iron farm. And I think it has to be... I don't know how many blocks away it has to be functional. I don't mind that it wouldn't be as functional when I'm not around it, because there's a bunch of stuff I would do, like the villager trading. If I'm just sitting there, and as long as the chunks are loaded, it should be fine. Oh. Reason I came up here, I needed the stuff. I need the shiz. Actually, I'll go ahead and check real quick. Let me... You motherfuckers. God damn it. Alright, let me go ahead and check all the chests around. Another... Okay. Any... Yeah, here's some deep slate bricks. I'll go ahead and grab those. I'll grab the cobbled deep slate. Okay. Looks good. I've got shit just everywhere, man. I've got so much shit everywhere. Alright. I'm not going to mess with the other one down there. Before I check my main ones, I'm going to check through all my other chests. On, cobbled deep slate or deep slate bricks. Yeah. See, the other thing is I can't wait to actually, yeah, a decent chunk of obsidian. I can't wait to actually have a decent amount of stuff a decent storage system. There we go. Why couldn't I get the damn words out then? Wait. Okay. No, that's not what I need right now. No. There we go. There's one. Dang. Okay, and then is any of this... If I actually run out here, I do have another set somewhere. Alright, so then I'll go ahead and... Yeah! Yeah! There we go. Bitch. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and do as much as I can there. Alright. And then I'll throw this extra in, and then dupe and dupe. Okay, that takes care of my current all inventory space. Alright. Still love this. I need to fix it, but because everything grows into it. Maybe I won't worry about it. I do love how this looks, though. Alright. Going back to the tower. It'll look like a pillar that's making this thing stand up and stuff, like an actual architect and stuff. She. Hell yeah. Watch out for that terminal velocity, baby. You don't want to lose your mind. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you know what I need to do? I would like to replace all the blocks for my mob farm. My hostile mob farm. Or XP farm, there you go. I like to replace all the blocks around it and make just one big viewing area. I think that'd be nice. Those will make it easier if I'm ever having to fix something. Excuse me. And what I might do is make another tier to it. Make it more efficient. Have tons of mobs. I mean, it's already surprisingly efficient because I'm in an area where very little can actually spawn. And at some point, I need to spawn-proof the whole thing, the whole facility, my whole base, like proper. Because right now, it's not spawn-proof. Motherfucker. Alright. Hopefully the stream doesn't end up getting cut out. So far everything's running smooth. Well, relatively smooth. Not, nothing's disconnecting. I'm not losing power. As far as I can tell, stream health is fine. God damn it. What are those lines? Why can I see those dots? What are those? Is that Santa? Is that Santa scrolling across the sky? On his mecha reindeer? Is that, you know, the different sets of reindeer? Does he have a motorized Rudolph? Is that a fucking crafting table? Or is that a dirt? The hell? What the hell? Alright, there we go. Son of a bitch. Wish I had more people to bounce off of. Feel like I'm boring as shit. And I guess because, like, I don't have anything planned out as far as what to talk about. I'm just playing a video game. And it can be good content, but I don't think I'm, charming enough for this to be the thing that I do. Like, I'm really curious. I don't want to make a review right now, because, like, if you heard me say it, you know how I want my format to be. But I think I could do a lot of good on a review. Once I finally start finishing up games for Rizzle, then maybe, just fucking maybe, I'll be able to make some good content. Alright, there we go. There we go, that's lit up. Oh, my fingers. Let's see, I wonder if I can get this stream to go all the way into Chrimmis. The Chrimmis official. I'm gonna need a bunch of glass. Ooh. Oh, fuck. Music. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to think of, like, shit to say. No one really interacts that much. I don't blame them. Like I said, especially today. Like, turns out people like to do stuff on Christmas. or for Christmas, you know. Kind of miss when it was more special. I don't even like celebrating my birthday. I just don't have value. I celebrate it for other people that want to celebrate it. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't worry about it. No one that didn't just know when my birthday was already, or for business reasons, wouldn't even know about it. Just my own personal birthday's never been that special to me, I guess. Is that weird? I suppose it is. I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing. I love celebrating other people's birthdays. I like when other people feel special. It just doesn't really... My birthday in and of itself doesn't make me feel special, so... Sometimes I just wonder why. Why even worry too much about it? That, and I don't like people getting stressed over trying to get me something or spending money they probably don't need to spend on me. Yeah, there we go. The DA is dressed to the line. In the mirror he practices all his lines. To his closing argument, 12 hearts beat in favor. I'm guessing that he read the morning paper. I don't know the rest of the lyrics. I'm terrible at lyrics. Hey, you know, speaking of music, Travis Williams, hey, what's going on? How's it going? Oh, damn, my neck. Anyway, speaking of music, I don't know. I've gotten to where I've listened to a lot more music on YouTube music. And by YouTube music, I mean like the creators are YouTubers rather than someone like a Vivo channel or something or an official band channel. Why can't I see that? Hold on. Do it. Do the thing I want you to do. Not yet. Just finished putting the gifts out. Okay. Sorry, it didn't show up in the actual live chat. It just showed up on the up here on the chat box. And on my screen it's small. So I had to expand it a little bit. Yeah. That sounds good. I haven't been doing much. Not much can do. Just kind of doing whatever. And enjoy what we can. didn't feel that all that Christmassy, so. Just working with what we got. I know I got my lovely wife a couple gifts that I hope will help. Then when I get paid on the 29th, then we'll be able to go out and do the after Christmas shopping. Hopefully after the grocery shopping. Something like that. You know, get all the after Christmas deals on stuff that like, oh, well, they didn't sell that. Now we have an overabundance, so we gotta get rid of it for floor space before February comes. That way we don't get to have to pay that much on storage space. Because that's what Walmart has to do. Oh, we didn't even put up a tree this year. Yeah, okay. So despite, like, having problems getting certain things, because of all, like, the hand-me-down stuff and gifts we've received in the past, we just have so much goddamn shit around the house, and we just don't really have anywhere to put it. Like we have stuff in storage right now, and we got a bunch of stuff we want to keep on display, but, like, we didn't really have anywhere to put the tree. Like, not reasonably. I did make a joke about possibly hanging it somewhere. Yeah, no, this year Christmas wasn't as Christmassy, and I feel you on that. Yeah. I know he has nothing to do with it, but I'll just blame Elon Musk since everyone else is doing it. I don't know. It's funny. No, seriously, like, it really hasn't been that Christmassy this year. Although, I wonder if that had anything to do with, at least with my atmosphere, it's just like, the last 3 months ended up being a whole bunch of shit the whole time that wasn't expecting. I only got a tree this year for the kids. That sounds nice. We have like a 4-foot black plastic tinsel tree or whatever. And that's normally what we put up, but we have nowhere to fucking put it. I thought about hanging it from the ceiling. Like, just the top portion, which is like the top 1.5 feet or whatever. Just hang it from the ceiling. Why not? And then they said, well, we have 6 cats, so we'll find one of them hanging from the damn thing, trying to claw it down. And I was like, yeah. It's been fucking cold. In the ye olde land of Alabama. And my house is rated at 100 amps overall with wiring and everything. I got a 4-foot rainbow one because my daughter picked it out, LOL. And yeah, that would be kind of funny, but I know your wife would lose her shit. Nah, she'll just look at me and go, you did this. This is on you, bud. That's what she'd do. So, yeah.
Who? What's up?
Alright,
Oh, so that's Mom's chair.
Ha!
You can have the blanket, but I want half my chair.
You don't get no chair!
I can have my chair.
Nope. Sorry, stoled.
Apparently she's looking at me as I've done the biggest crime I've ever done. Ever.
You committed the cardinal sin of upsetting a cat.
Oh no. Oh no.
Hmm.
She has taken interest in my lap.
I see you've created a seat for me. Thank you, human. Thank you.
Don't give me stinky face.
Eh.
Please don't give me stinky face. Please? Okay. I'm fine with this as long as you don't like
Yeah.
claws in.
Fucking knows. Why?
Flub.
Alright. I'm not... let's see. It's been 2 hours. I'll go for a little bit longer, and then I'll take a break, and then I'll figure out what I'm going to do. I might go to the creepypasta. Because this is already going to take eons to do, because I've got to go all the way to the top of build height with this same pattern over and over and over again. So I am at 94. Damn it. And this is how high up from the ground. Alright. I never really got into Minecraft myself, though maybe I can give it another chance sometime. I would say it's not for everyone. I like Minecraft. It's a place where I have control. It's where I can do the things it's relaxing for me. I don't do much that's actually creative. This world is probably the most creative I've ever been on it. And that's mostly because I have the world for streaming. But it's definitely really interesting. They've added so many features and different stuff. Like, I don't know how long it's been, but we can go all the way down to y equals negative 59 before you hit bedrock. So now we have deep slate and dark caves and a whole bunch of other stuff. They also increased build height to like 319. So, like, basically almost 400 blocks worth of building up and down. So this is just my ultimate mine shaft, basically, for strip mining, ultimate strip mine. Yeah, I'd probably give it a chance again, see if it bites your fancy. I'd say it'd be worth it if you have the time. That's normally what a lot of people have a problem with, is to really get started. It just takes a lot of time. Not everyone has that kind of time, but myself, I'll have days where, all right, I can just sit and chill for a while. I don't have to worry about what I'm doing right now. I can just go. And so it generally works out. And let's see, what number was I on? Is the 20th stream 20 or something? I don't know, I don't remember. This world I actually called Outcast. And I started on the ground, and if you notice, there's a big shadowy area. And it extends further than that because those have a bunch of torches. And there's a reason for that. But my base is up here. I don't know what those 4 dots are. Something looks like it's coming downward, I guess. What the hell? So I have this facility. This whole Sky Palace. Yeah, that was the biggest thing for me. Time is hard between work and being a single parent. Yeah. So we have cats, and and my wife and I got each other. Um, and that's it doesn't take up as much time, but work does take up a lot of time. Even when you have that, and especially if you're a homeowner, what little time you do have, you a lot of the times you end up having to like fix something around the house, or you have some extra chores that you got to do that otherwise wouldn't be a problem. But yeah, this is all the way at top of build height. So you get to that chance to relax, and I know you've probably seen it to where the one time you sit down to play a game or something, someone goes by and you're always playing that damn game. This is the first time I've played all week. This is the first chance I've even had. Yeah, I've had that with some people. It's like, you're always playing video games. Not really. But yeah, I've been building this world for a while. It's nice. Made a little terrarium in there, as long as it doesn't get blown up. A tree farm whenever I need it. A smelting room in here. Right now, it's because of Christmas. They got all the Christmas stuff. Got my enchantment area. I've got all of the farms pretty much that I want. I've got all of these mobs, and there's still some more that I might try and get. Found out you can actually dry out mud. Mud is a new thing they've added. And then I built this entire pond. Exactly. Or as soon as I cut it and get to playing good, my son and I want to play. Head, do what I tell you to say. Exactly. Or as soon as I can, or as soon as I cut it on and get to playing good, my son is like, I want to play. So I'm like, okay, here. Okay, there we go. Now I read it right. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely not easy to get into a relaxing point. Got bees everywhere. Fucking witch. I've got a whole bunch of other stuff in here. Between bamboo, cactus, glowberry. Holy shit, there's some more. Glowberry, cacao seeds, nether wart, and berries. It's nice. I want to go ahead and change that. Yeah, it's definitely hectic. Having a chance to actually do something you want to do, and then getting chastised for doing it. I will say that is something that is liberating when you're young, and you get your own place to live. It's not that simple, of course, but it's one of those things. And I'm young. I'm relatively young, so I don't have as much to worry about. Let me visit my God damn it. Let me visit my slaves course. I mean, residence. Yeah, here we go. Villager Trading Center. Whoa, I'm getting a kick out of the commentary. Like, when did I put that in? Wait, when did I put that in? Yeah. Yeah. It's a little better when, I think I tend to do better under certain circumstances, like, this is kind of mad. I've run out of a lot of things to talk about, because I end up talking about the same thing over and over and over again, and it's just like, people don't want to sit here and hear me say the same shit all the time. most of the time I'll jump on and I'll be complaining about my GPU because my GPU is jeez, fuck off. Go golem, kill it with fire, or throw it. That's what you do. Yeah, like I said, I'm probably gonna take a break here. I generally take a break every 2 hours like any other work day, I guess. And I'll probably work more on that tower off screen at some point, because it's gonna be boring as shit if that's all I do the whole time. I really want to get it done, and I'll put it to where, like, when I'm close to finishing it, I'm only a few levels more. Then I'll go ahead and then I'll stream it from there. But I got plenty of stuff. Also, I have many. Why are they in a row? Hon?
No.
I got my cats in a row. You thought ducks were impressive? I got my cats. Ducks in a row, cats in a row. Cats out of the bag.
I have no pun for you. I apologize.
God damn it.
What, do you want me to say you finally got your pussies in order, or what?
I'm not sure that one works as well.
Hey, I tried.
Ah, shit. Cat, why? Why socks?
And besides, I'm playing Pokemon. Leave me alone.
That's... Well, fuck Pokemans. Alright, what other games do you stream? Well, I would stream more, but I need you to understand, like, you may have noticed it's jumpy. It's probably not your phone, if you have a decent phone, because I'm laggy here. If I put too much, if like, I can put on, like, Discord, or I do not have, my internet browser open, because my GPU can't handle it, and it'll lag like crazy. So, all that's on is Streamlabs and Minecraft, because it can't handle that much. This is one of the... I've got settings pretty low for the most part. They could be a little bit lower too. So, Minecraft is one of the easier things I can stream. I have done Stardew Valley, but that's also a little bit laggy. Like I said, I do a lot of bitching about a new GPU. The GPU I have, actually... Shit. There we go. GPU I have is a, NVIDIA GeForce 8400 GS PCI. And it doesn't do all the things I need it to do. It's just not that powerful, so I'd really like to get, like, a, I would love to get, like, a 3060 Ti, but I'll settle on almost anything that's better than it, like a GeForce 2080, I think, which is still expensive as shit. They're still like $300, $400 when I look at them, and I hate it. And you'll see up here, my GPU keeps maxing out. I've got Ryzen 5 606 core processor, so the processor seems to be doing fine. Most of the time, my CPU isn't a problem. I've got 16 gig RAM, so I have plenty to run on that for random access memory. And I've done a bunch of things to try and optimize my computer, digitally, like within the computer's boundaries itself. And it's just not helping. I've cleaned out my computer before and reseated everything, and it still is kind of slow. Like, you can see how it's jumpy right there. It's not smooth. Now, I will say, once I reduce the load on the GPU, like after stream, I cut out, yeah, it's maxing out there for a while. If I do that, yeah, it maxes out and starts lagging again. So, when I cut out Streamlabs takes a lot of my GPU. And because of that, what'll end up happening is I'll turn off Streamlabs, and then everything will be 60 frames per second. It could probably be higher, and it'll look super smooth and pretty. Because now all that load has been released, it has more access or whatever, and it'll be absolutely great. Well, it takes up too much, so I have to turn everything off. So Minecraft is easier to stream. I've tried streaming some other games, but anything that's really action-y doesn't work that well. I do have an emulator that I use for Super Nintendo games. I have tried streaming those, and it's okay. I still wouldn't stream action-y games. I would probably stream RPGs, or anything that's relatively slow, or slow-paced.
Shots down.
Sucks!
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just a huge pain, because I one time I was trying to stream Sonic Adventures. I finally have it downloaded, and it was like, okay, cool, Sonic Adventures and Sonic Adventure 2. I was gonna be like, alright, great, cool, we'll do it. Hell yeah. Well, it was so floaty and slow, and oh god. That's not... Yeah, you saw that little drop in frame rate. But I actually have a ton of games. Oh, I have streamed some of the Myst series, a puzzle solving game, and after a while I started having some problems with that. Also, I'm kind of lost. But it's been about 2 and 20 minutes. I'm gonna take a small break, and when we come back, I think we're gonna do some creepypasta. So I'll cut out Minecraft, which will take off some of that load, and then I'll be on the creepypasta. And for that, we'll be... The last one we did was Cardinal Sins. And we finally got into the seas. That's understandable. I actually like Sonic Force, but I'm a huge Legend of Zelda fan and open world RPGs like that. Yeah, oh man, I would love to do Zelda. I would love to be able to play Ocarina of Time on here.
I heard Legend of Zelda. Someone's talking about Legend of Zelda around here.
What of it?
For people who don't know, my husband is a huge Legend of Zelda, Metroid, and Star Fox fan.
Oh, you act like I have so much memorabilia of it. As I say that with a friggin' Hylian shield banner on my wall.
You have the Hylian shield, you have the actual toys from the 80s. You have a Star Fox hand-carved stone statue that I got you a while back. Limited edition, by the way. I think they only made 500. Yeah, don't sit there and be like, no, BS. Dren Hatamata, BS.
Yeah, I love me some Zelda.
Yeah, you think?
Alright, but yeah, I'm going to cut here for a bit. I'm gonna take a break. And when we come back, I should be set up for creepypasta. And then I'll be reading creepypasta one after another. I got over 8,000 that I'm trying to go through. 8,830, and we've gone through like maybe 200 something. We got a ways. And we might just go right into Christmas with it. Alright. So, feel free to go to the bathroom, take a break, stretch your legs, eat something, or whatever. This is the intermission. And we're back. And I'm set up for creepypasta, starting with the one just after the last creepypasta we did. The last one that I had written down was Cardinal Sins. And now I'll be moving on. Now, as per my request, as far as how to do things, if you want to have background music, by all means, go ahead and set some up. If you have the ability or whatever, you know, sometimes you can't do it if you only have the one device. You know, set up your own background music or just let it be talking in silence, whatever have you. And you know, it makes it easier on like your end, I suppose. You know, to set up something that might change the ambiance, or you can put something that'll help you not be so creeped out, but still hear the stories. And, Farrah, I'm gonna have to ask you to not. Oh. Damn, cat. But yeah, set up your. If feel free to set up your own music, playlist or whatever that it goes through, and listen in. I like reading it in silence myself. I might consider putting on a creepypasta music playlist at some point in the future. just to have something to reference to. I actually need to go back and go through my music for like the streaming and stuff like that. Damn, this is dusty. Jesus. I gotta clean up better. I might consider that, but for now, I really like the sense of ambiance for silence. Reading in silence, anyway. So, guess I'll go ahead and start. The Card Master. A few miles away from the town called Dredsburg is an old house. A 20-year-old man had decided to buy the old, rundown house, fix it up, and live there. One day, while he was driving home from the store in Dredsburg, he saw a teenager sitting against a lamppost. What's a teenager doing out here at night? He wondered. The teenager was wearing a blue jacket, black jeans, and had bandages on both his arms and his left leg. The teenager's hood was up, so the man couldn't see. The teenager's hood was up, so the man couldn't see the teenager's face. Should be down. He pulled over to see if the teenager was hurt. As he approached, he noticed the only movement the teenager was making was that he was twitching every few seconds. "Are you all right?" The man asked the teenager in a slightly worried tone. The teenager slowly stood up but kept looking down. As the teenager looked up at the man, the wind blew off his hood. The teenager gave the man a sickly grin and pulled out 4 cards, all jokers. "Choose a card," the teenager said. By now the man was greatly confused, so he chose the card on the far left. He turned the card over and read its scrawled, barely legible pen. "Wrong one." The man slowly looked up to the teenager. Farrah. The man slowly looked up to the teenager. The man slowly looked up to see the teenager had pulled something out of his pocket. The man squinted. No. No.
The cards doesn't say you.
The man squinted and suddenly realized the teenager had a butcher knife. The teenager began to laugh like a maniac and swung at the man, barely missing. The man ran to his car and drove home as fast as possible. As soon as he got home, he called the police and told them everything that had just happened. The police... You done? The police said the man should see a doctor, so the man made an appointment for the next day. After the appointment, the man assumed that it was just hallucination. Later at night, the man couldn't sleep. At about midnight, he went to get a drink from the kitchen. As he poured the water, he heard the familiar creaking of someone coming downstairs. "It's just in my head," he thought as he drank the water. When he was finished, he started towards the doorway, but saw something blocking the way. He turned the light on and saw the teenager, butcher knife in one hand, lighter in the other. A few weeks later, there were reports of the house being burned down, and the man was missing. It is still a mystery to this day what happened to that man. The man's burned house. Okay, still with the picture. All right. Farrah! I know.
Why are you being so bad?
Meet him. All right. That was okay. The caretaker. She's asleep. We can talk for a moment. It's not as though I resent taking care of her. Far from it. I know all the good people do. I know all the good people do in their lives should afford them some. I know all the good people do in their lives should afford them some comforts as the years of their lives dwindle to an end. Dwindle to an end. They need to help. They need help, and that is all I ever wanted to do. Help. It's tough though. Definitely not for everyone. It's thankless a lot of the time. They just don't recognize you and act like you're trying to hurt them. That moment of fear in their eyes is just heartbreaking. They struggle too, and it's all you can do. And it's all you can do just to keep them from hurting themselves. They just don't know any better, and talking is useless. And of course, the fluids. Ugh. The rot within the human body is enough to put you off food for good. But it's like I said, I don't resent them. That would be like getting angry at the weather. It just doesn't do anybody any kind of good. The best you can do is just buck up and smile through it. You do it for a cause bigger than yourself, and everybody can. You do it for a cause bigger than yourself, and everybody else can go to hell, you know? I'm doing good deeds, and that's enough for me. I do go on, don't I? Just excited to be talking to people, I suppose. Anyway, you're here to check on your ex-wife, right? Well, no worries. I caught her with minimum fuss. Hardly any damage at all. She's sedated, so you can do as you like. But you might want to say your goodbyes. I don't think she'll last another week. She's too popular. The pretty ones never last long. I'm trying to figure out which side this is from. It talks about the human rot, so it could be a morgue. But I don't know. It could be something else that I'd rather not talk about. And this is okay. This is an okay pasta, I guess. Not one I'd really recommend, but if you end up reading it, this is not terrible. Sorry, I finally got my crown. And it still feels weird. I'm not used to it. You know, like in Doctor Who, when the Doctor changes one time, it's like, different teeth. It's weird. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Because it doesn't feel like the rest of my teeth yet. The hell? Yeah.
I don't know what that was myself.
Those socks. Alright. Caroline's final moments. In February, a friend of mine gifted me with Portal 2 on Steam. Naturally, I was excited about it and dove headfirst into it. I loved it. The story, the new characters, everything. Once I was in Old Aperture, I took my time exploring it. Learning more about the mysterious Cave Johnson and his assistant Caroline. I overheard Potados making her comments about the two and kinda laughed. It was funny to her. Of all things, it was funny to hear her, of all things, freak out. However, she didn't calm down. In fact, she continuously shorted herself out throughout the 70s era of Aperture. When we made it to the 80s area, the cave's lemons were... When we made it to the 80s area and Cave's Lemon Rant started to play, she was acting differently from the videos. Her reactions were sad and almost mournful. By this time, I had figured out that she was Caroline and just thought, oh, more of her memories are coming back. As we got to the elevator, she started to speak. Sir, I don't want to do this. No. Sir, listen to me. I don't want this. That made me stop. I knew the lines were taken out, but how did they end up... I knew the lines were taken out, but how did they end up back in the game? The area I had stopped at was one I had never seen in any of the playthroughs. It was an office with a desk and chair, and no human had stepped foot in it for centuries. It was Cave's office. I stopped by the desk and looked around. How many times have I told you, scientists, I don't want to do this? I heard potatoes. Oh, potatoes. Potatoes. GLaDOS. Potatoes. God, okay. Okay, I just put that together. I'm an idiot. I heard potatoes yell. I know it was what Mr. Johnson wanted, but I don't want to go through with... I know it was what Mr. Johnson wanted, but I don't want to go through with it. I sat in shock as I listened to her have a one-sided argument. As acting CEO, I am telling you to stop this at once. What did you... Get off of me! Let go of me this instant, or you'll be fired. Get your hands off me, she shouted after that. I moved to the next area, a broken-down lab. She soon came back online. Let me out of this. I don't want to go through with this. I want to be with Mr. Johnson when my time on Earth is over, and putting me into a computer is going to keep me from that. I took my hands from the mouse and keyboard and just listened. She sounded scared of her own life. She sounded scared for her own life. You're not going to listen, are you? You're going to go through with it, no matter what. I swear if I see any of you again after this transfer, I will kill each and every one. She started to scream. It sounded like she was ripped from her chassis, but it sounded like she was ripped for her chassis, but more distorted and painful, almost human. I immediately shut the game off. Nothing bothering to save. Not even bothering to save. I left it alone for weeks before playing it again. The autosave file was corrupted, so I had to start over from the beginning again. I made it back to the old aperture and potatoes acting normally, as if what happened before never did happen. Actually, that's kind of believable. Actually, you know what would make that interesting? Because this isn't that scary. I can see it definitely being very unnerving, but okay. Get this. If GLaDOS, rather than potatoes, I'm not gonna worry about saying that. Okay, so GLaDOS is Caroline. We know that. What if there was a certain way of playing through that is set up for this? Because so the part that got me was that made me stop. I knew the lines were taken out, but how did they end up back in the game? Where did that come from? Like, I could see putting it in as or maybe even making it a certain setting that you change, or something like that, where it gets put in, and excuse me, it gets put in, and playing a certain way, doing a certain task in a certain, maybe even in a certain order, is what triggers that, and you go through that memory. I could see that happening. I think that's plausible. But it conceptually interesting. Castle of Flesh. What the hell? What the hell? Alright, I'll go for it. Castle of Flesh. Under humanity, under civilization, stands a colossal and beautiful castle made from bone and flesh. The bodies belong to every single person who's ever died in a war after killing an enemy. There are millions. Their bodies are twisted with each other to form eerie swirls, ornaments, gargoyles. If you should ever find yourself facing the castle, you will be looking at something eternal. If you are brave enough, with a pure heart, you will be able to enter the castle, and inside it there will be a throne. On the throne there will be a man with no clothing, but a human skin draped across his old, aged body. He will ask you a single question. Should you answer it correctly, you will ascend past physical form and gain knowledge that the man on the throne has. But be careful. The castle will collapse as millions of souls will be released from his cruel grasp. Their moaning will be overwhelmed and thunderous. The man will turn into ashes. A scream will fill the putrid air around you. Should you escape, you will be the most powerful creature in the world. The only catch is that you will not be able to speak to any human after this, and your soul will be as cold as glacier ice. You know what? I like that one. It's short. It's right to the point. There's not too much filler. This one I think is really appropriate in size, actually. So I gotta say I like this one. Let me check the chat real quick. Doop. The chat working? There it is. Okay. Chat's working. Alright. So, wait, how's it 0 viewers? Shit. Alright, whatever. Okay. Yeah, I think this one was actually really neat. I think I can appreciate this one, fundamentally. Alright, I'll go to the next one. Alright. Castle Riders. I was going to visit my sister. She lived quite far away from where I lived. I decided to drive through this country. I had never seen the settlements far from where I lived. I had come across a house with a sign which said yard sale, and I thought I might as well see what they have. I didn't see anything too good, but before I left, the man running the yard sale said he wanted to talk to me. He said that he was an amateur video game designer and that he wanted me to test a game that he made. He told me to check for bugs and to bring it back to him next week. I agreed to do this. After all, what's the worst that could happen? I thought to myself. After I had arrived home from my sister's house, I decided to play it. It was an okay game for an amateur. It had 3 chapters and 3 levels on each chapter. You had to fight through knights on the first 2 levels, and on the third, you fought the king, or the boss of the chapter. It roughly had written in black marker, Castle Riders on the disc. After about 3 days of playing it, checking for bugs, I noticed after I had defeated the third king, there was a door. I went through the door, and the chapter title was called The Damned. All I could describe it as would be hellish. There were no enemies, only pools of lava and red rock, and I could hear sobbing in the background. The graphics looked real. Too real. Anyway, I persevered, and on the second level, the sobbing got louder. On the third level, the sobbing was really loud, even though I had my speakers turned all the way down. The level name was Joey, and I only saw hanged figures. I walked my character up to the hanged man in the middle, and the figure turned around. It was the man who gave me the game. He had no eyes, and blood was dripping out of his eye sockets. The sobbing stopped, and he whispered, "Aren't you glad you're not damned like me?" All of the other hanged figures turned around, and they were of me. Oh shoot, I think you forgot the placement of that. "Aren't you glad you're not damned like me?" And then it should be quotation off. All the other hanged figures turned around, and they were of me. I think. All I could hear was distorted sobbing and laughing. And when my computer shut down. And then my computer shut down. Disturbed, I took the game out and drove back to the house. When I arrived at where the house was, there was nothing. Confused and frustrated, I went back home, got on the computer, and did some research. The person's name was Joseph, and he had burned his house down and hung himself. Birds had pecked out his eyes, and they said that they thought he made a video of himself burning the house down and hanging himself, but they never got it to work. Across the disc of his suicide video was written, "Castle Raiders." The last person to have this video had gotten angry because it didn't work, and he threw it at an empty land plot about 1 year ago. People have searched for it since, but nobody's been able to find it since. That's kind of neat. I do like how it didn't go too far into, like, it being necessarily gory. Like, you see the third stage, and that just ends up being what it is. The whole thing where the guy basically wasn't there. I don't know. There was some cliches that I probably would have avoided, but I'd say structurally this is a pretty sound creepypasta. There could be some significant improvement, but what have you. The cat found on Friday the 13th. In February 13th of 2005, a family found a black cat in their house, but it left as quickly as it appeared. When it left, the family had disappeared. The last time the neighbors saw the family was in their kitchen. They said they left, and the next day they were never seen again. The same Friday the 13th, they found the black cat in their house, and they disappeared. The weird thing is that a lot of blood was found in the kitchen, but there was no evidence of who did it. A note was found saying, "Nobody is safe," from Friday the 13th. Playing into the superstition. It's fun, I guess, but I think nowadays getting further away from superstition is probably more helpful as far as making good creepypasta. But I do like the idea of a reoccurring thing that is a pattern you have to find before it finds you. Kind of like Final Destination-y, I guess. Oh, a poem. The Cat with the Hat by Toss Bird. On the night of his birthday, he stares from the window, a hat on his head and a knife in his hand. You'll see his striped hat, and you'll know that on the night of his birthday, it's the Cat in the Hat. It's fun to have, but have you know how? But have you know how? Or he'll come through your door, and you'll wish you weren't born. For it's the Cat in the Hat, and death comes for that. So be still, be silent, or he'll be back. I'll say that poems are pretty hard. Like, I'm surprised there's actually a lot of really good poem creepypasta. And I gotta be honest. And I think some of you will be with me on this. I saw Mike Myers' Cat in the Hat doing this. This is definitely Mike Myers. Yeah. That's how I see it. You can see it being the Mike Myers one, if you will. All right. I will say when you have to do something like this now, because it's the Cat in the Hat, it's Dr. Zeus that you have to that's what you're trying to replicate, right? So that can be pretty hard to do. So kudos on doing that, because it's not just rhyming, it's also like a cadence, right? So this was alright. Not anything that really gets to me or anything, but fun. Ooh, a kitty. Cat's eyes. The eyes of a cat were windows. The eyes of a cat are windows to your soul. They can see other dimensions. They can see your aura and what's wrong with you. A cat knows when you are happy, when you are in bad health, and when you are troubled, or when you are hungry. He knows when you are feeling magnanimous. He knows when you are about to die. It's fortunate that cats can't. It's fortunate that cats can't talk, because you have a lot of secrets. The cat knows. Cats are secret agents.
What?
Cats are secret agents.
What?
They know all our secrets, Sid. Kaltuna. They know all our secrets.
Nice change there, first off. Second off, well, yeah, like...
It's for...
Do you ever wonder why they don't blink?
It's a good thing they can't talk. Because they'd be sharing all of our secrets.
Wait, which one?
Yes.
Thanks! Kaltuna, be wary of the cats! Which one?
Yes, all of them.
Yeah, thank you, Dren Hatamata. That's exactly what I needed. That's exactly...
Sorry, it was this pasta.
It's a good thing I'm not paranoid, or else that would really be a bad thing. Did you know cats are secret agents?
They're meant to spy on us. They work for the man.
Yes, they're all men in black. They're
All
Frank the Pug.
all cats are aliens.
Not exactly. They're more like Frank the Pug than anything.
They are our alien overlords.
As our roommate put it, that is actually pretty accurate. We clean their box. They go to the bathroom in box, and then we clean it. So, yeah.
I shit in a box and someone else cleans it for me.
When they get something like a little bell, they brag about it and shit, too.
I'm sure. All right.
Unless it's like Momo, then they just kind of fall over because they don't know what the fuck to do with it. Dude, you and our roommate had to sit there for like 20 minutes and help Momo walk again because she didn't know what the fuck a bell was.
What the fuck?
Oh man, that was funny. I sound like a horrible person right now. That was funny as hell.
It was.
Oh man.
What the hell is this?
Oh man, I couldn't stop laughing.
Alright.
Oh yeah.
The cause of the crash. Author's note. This is based on a scene from one of my comics, but sadly, this kind of thing has happened numerous times in real life. It was dark as the car drove down the road. It was traveling at a steady pace, but had begun weaving subtly. All of a sudden, it changed direction, swerving off the road completely. It continued until it crashed directly into a large tree. It was dark. Luckily, there was a witness nearby. After calling 911, the witness to the accident ran over to check on the driver and any passengers. Peering into the tinted windows as best he could, he saw that the driver was the car's only occupant. The driver was slumped over and the wheel and had been knocked unconscious, but thankfully his wounds wouldn't appear to be life-threatening. Finding the driver's side door unlocked, the witness opened it to check on the passenger further. The driver was breathing slowly. As the witness looked over his body, he saw something that startled him and made the reason for the sudden crash crystal clear. Sticking out of the unconscious driver's bent left arm was a heroin needle. Fresh blood still oozing from the side of the puncture wound ran down the length of the syringe and dripped onto the floor. The witness felt thankful that there had been no other cars in the road, and he noted to himself, "The open road is no place to shoot up." It's not bad. It's not bad at all. I could see that happening, unfortunately. This is just kind of like a sad... This feels like it could have been a sad news story. Like, based in real life. Like, he says, but sadly this kind of thing happened numerous times in real life. Like, this person already knows that he's seen this happen. A needle is there and he just ends up going out. I don't know if Rydra is the author. I wish more people put their name on it. Shit, what was it? There's slime something, and then there's Shinigami Eyes. They both make a lot of them. Well, they make some pretty good ones too. But yeah, I wish people would put their credit in there more, because a lot of them are just anonymous as far as I know. Like, feel free to put your comment down if you're actually one of the artists, but don't try and take someone else's work as your own. Well, we're not going to do that here. Anyway, a cautionary tale. The following tale may not involve monsters, demons, or ghosts, but in some ways it is more disturbing, as the story I'm about to share with you does not make you wonder about whether or not the supernatural exists. Instead, it makes you stop and think about how your own actions can trigger events that you will never imagine possible. The idea that one mistake could find yourself thrown into a scene right out of some fanciful horror film. The story concerns a man who was driving home from work one night and was stuck behind a slow-moving vehicle. Unable to pass the vehicle, he grew more and more angry. He started to flash his lights and repeatedly honked his horn to try and force the other driver to speed up. After a while, it seemed to work, and the vehicle in front sped up. The man continued on his journey, and the car in front pulled away, allowing him to speed up even more as he made his way home. However, as he reached a quiet road leading up to his home, he suddenly found himself being pursued by a familiar car from behind, which flashed its lights and honked repeatedly. Fearing a case of road rage, the man sped up. for only the other car to speed up in turn. The man began to panic as he reached his house and pulled into his lawn. The other car came to a stop, and as he did, the man remained in his car, afraid to get out. Sure enough, he heard the other car's door open and a figure emerged holding a gun. The man tried to stay in his car, but was forced out as the figure appeared, brandishing the gun and forcing him out of the car. The man tried to reason with his attacker, but was hit across the head with the back of the pistol for his efforts. Neighbors had already been alerted to the assault and called authorities, though none of them dared to confront the attacker as the man was forced to kneel on the ground as the figure proceeded to fire the gun, blowing out the man's tires before heading back into their own vehicle and driving off. The man was left with minor cuts and bruises and was badly shaken from his attack. His aggressor was never caught despite several attempts by the police to track him down, and this only served to make him more nervous. Now, as far as I know, the man eventually recovered and lived a pretty normal life. No shock murder or insanity. Yet every time I think on this story, I get a little shiver because it makes me think twice about flipping someone off or forgetting my please and thank yous. That my parents were right when they said it was important to always mind your manners. After all, you never know who you could offend. Actually, I think this one actually works really well. I feel like this is one example. I feel like this could be very well supplemented by another example. This kind of like puts you into a sense of realism that, yeah, you don't know the people around you. You don't know if they have a gun. Now, in some cases, you know, maybe it is good to intervene. Like, it's one thing if someone's getting pissed off and they're being a shithead and they want to try and hurt someone else. Like, that's something you kind of want to try and do something to stop. If you feel confident enough. But, you know, you can also get hurt, so you gotta be careful of that. But then there's, like, the unreasonable ones where, like, you getting pissed off because you're behind someone who's going slower than you is not justifiable to, like, be pissed off, really. Now, it's easier said than done sometimes, but you generally need to plan ahead, you know, as far as, like, going from point A to point B and what might happen. Because you don't know what time you might, you don't know when you might have to, might end up just being late or whatever. Like, your frustration is not a justifiable reason, to, like, make it someone else's problem. Like, you don't get to fuck with someone else's day just because you're having a shit one. Like, that's something that you want to let off in a more healthy way. But don't involve someone who's not actually involved. I've run into that before where someone's just pissed off and I didn't fucking do anything, but they're looking at me for it, and I'm like, dude, chill. This shit has nothing to do with me. Oh, fuck. Excuse me. Alright. Cave story. To death. Okay, so this isn't an ordinary story. This is a real thing that happened to me not long ago. My favorite game of all time is Cave Story. I first got it for PC last year and loved it ever since. I got a Wii and a DSi. I got the Wii and DSi versions as well. I began to look into the game more. Then, the other day, I saw people make mods for the game. I was amazed and looked some up. To my surprise, I found a website that had a ton of mods. It was a forum. In one forum thread, there was a link to another website. I clicked it, and the page I clicked it, and the web page was just white with a question mark. The question mark was clickable, so I clicked it. I downloaded. The download came up. The file was called untitled.zip. So I opened it, and I could move it to my cave story folder. When I opened it, it had a normal exe file for the game and a configuration file. I went into the config.exe, and things got really weird. So I opened the configuration and found a weird layout. The layout looked like a weird bloody body. It was really weird. I think it was supposed to be Pixel, the person who made Cave Story. I changed my controls, ignoring the weird laid out application. After that, I went to start the mod. When I started, it was the normal cutscene from Cave Story, but after the... excuse me. But after the doctor laughs a bit, Balrog and Misery came out of their cages to rip the doctor's head off, and there was a realistic scream that sounds like a doctor was in my room. It had the title screen, but there was no happy cave story theme, just the quiet theme from when you're in Mimiga Town with no one there. This put me off, and I clicked load game. I spawned in some room that didn't seem like one from the real game. The title of the room said, "You shouldn't have done that." I was freaked out. I thought it was just a Halloween mod or something. I tried to find a way out of this room, but when I went to the door, a giant block guy came down and killed me. Quote screamed very, very loud. It scared me. Like a screamer on a YouTube video. I need to go on. This was my destiny. I respawned underwater and started to drown. Right before I drowned, King came and picked Quote up and brought him to the balcony. King then said, "I never said that I was a bad person." The king looked at me like he looked at the screen, and then said, "Look behind you." I looked behind me, and Sonic and Amy were right behind me. Sonic then said, "Connor, I sure do like pranking kids." God damn it. Okay. I'll just read you the last part. The king said, "I never said I was a bad person." The king looked at me, like he looked at the screen, and then said, "Look behind you." I looked behind me, and Sonic and Amy were right behind me. Sonic then said, "Connor, I sure do like pranking kids." That's the ending of this.
What, were they just standing there?
Fucking, I don't know.
Because I would be like, if I'm gonna do shit like that, if I'm gonna try and prank someone and maybe scare them, I'd be like, you know what, I'm gonna mess with some shit.
Well, okay, so of all things, oh, this was a crappy pasta.
I see.
Okay, it was weird because the rest of it was like, oh, this just looks like a standard, not a very good gaming creepypasta, but one like that, and then it gets to that ending, and I'm like, the fuck. And Sonic and Amy were right behind me.
I'm sorry.
It's just like, come on, man. But I mean that's par for the course. I went one for one and just copied and pasted them all into Word, and then saved them. 8,000. There was a lot of bad ones.
I know.
Oh, god damn it. Oh man, you get these sometimes. It's when they start reeling you in, and then something like that happens. You're like, oh motherfucker. Ah, oh come on. Oh yeah, you say that now. Oh. You know, it's because you get the standard bad gaming creepypasta, but normally they're like standard bad. But then they do something like that, you're like, oh god, this is awful. Like this is automatically the trope that just tells you, no, this wasn't serious at all.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, screw you, dude. Fucking asshole. Yeah, it was about a game called Cave Story. Alright. Guess I don't really need my headphones on, do I? Not like I can hear myself. Hmm. Cell phone. If you call yourself on your own cellular phone, sometimes you'll get an answer. You won't hear anything other than heavy breathing, so don't bother waiting for them to speak. If you then say the name of a person you know and a reason they should die, reasons like, I just want them to be dead, I just want them dead, do work, then they will die a gruesome death within 24 hours. Their horribly mangled corpse will be completely unrecognizable, and there is never any evidence pointing to a specific perpetrator, so the persons that performs the service has never been caught. Oh, so the perpetrator, and there was never any evidence pointing to a specific perpetrator, so the person or persons that performs the service has never been caught. This is how the infamous Black Dahlia murder was perpetrated. I feel like this needs more substantiation. I don't see this working very well at all. Okay, so all right. Also, the other thing is, if you call yourself, you get your voicemail box. Like that's how it's been for years. This was 2012. I don't know when the actual pasta was made, but if it was earlier than 2012, there wasn't much. But that's normally been the case. You can call yourself, or normally you like hold one, and then it'll call your voicemail. And if there's a flip phone, I'm pretty sure they were in the flip phones for years. Like, I don't know. Like, if it was a landline, I feel like it would work better if it was like on a landline rather than a cell phone. So it's just like it doesn't work that way. I don't know. All right. All right. The Cell XXX. In this banned video, a woman, a dog, and a baby starve to death in a subterranean cell, then decay and are eaten by maggots. Nikolai Dashumagaliv is a Kazakhstani serial killer. Dashumagaliv is said, however, to have killed somewhere between 50 to 100 women, and is known as Metal Fang for his white metal teeth. Disclaimer, this video has no connection to anything or anybody mentioned in the video, living or dead. And it gives us a link and note you must have a YouTube account to watch this. I'm not going to click on that. I'm not going to open it up and click on it. I feel like that's something that does not need to be on there. Okay. The Chainsaw Killer. Even in the black of night, he still might give you a fright. When he shows his teeth of death, that's the night of your last breath. Ring, ring, goes the saw. That's when you die with a flaw. The blood drips and drips to the end, to being to a crypt. To the end, to being to a crypt. Without a care, he will not stare. Though the end, you see, you should have listened to me. I could see this being utilized as like a poem in a movie about a chainsaw killer. I could see it working really well then. I'm not sure it works as well here, and I feel like it needs to be used. I think this would be utilized in something, and that would work really well. Chainsaw. I've never been a very social person. I've never had a girlfriend. Nobody ever loved me outside of my immediate family. My only friends are people like me and people who feel sorry for me. I'm constantly neglected, mocked, and bullied. That's why I decided to end it all. No, not in that way. The other way. Now, if you'll excuse me, there's a piece of flesh stuck in my chainsaw that's being a bit stubborn. Tomorrow, I'll kill the rest. Okay, here's another PSA. 1, don't kill people. Don't kill people for the flack you have to take. It's not worth it. The other, don't be a dick. Don't bully people. Don't mock them. And if you're parents, don't neglect them. Don't be a shitty parent. Just, it's sickening because this is, I won't say that, it ends up like this, but it does end up with, kids not being confident. It ends up with kids having a hard time in social environments. Like, even if they don't like being social, they have a hard time being in social areas when necessary. When they don't need to be. Like, enough social confidence that they don't have to worry about being around people in general. I've been that way before, where I don't even want... I generally like to be fairly secluded. I like being with my wife, but I don't really want to, I don't want to be, I don't want people just to fuck with me, and I don't want to be in a position where I can't just talk to people when I need to. So I'm already bad enough about that as it is. But yeah, don't be a dick. Don't be bullied. Don't be a bully. Be decent to people. Give them the basic level of respect that you would give anyone you don't know. Alright. The change. It happened. Right when you read that line, you immediately forgot something. Something? Yes. Maybe it was your birthday. Maybe it was your mother's birthday. Maybe it was your mother's existence. Whatever it was, you've forgotten it. You're never going to get it back. I have placed you in a mindset that what you will forget never existed. I have changed your memory so that you remember a life without it. I've changed your world so you are living a life without it. Had I never told you, you'd never have known you had forgotten it. But that's okay. It's just a small change, isn't it? Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm sniffing what you're shitting. No, but seriously, like, no, that's actually interesting. You know, so you know how we have hard times. Like sometimes we'll walk into another room and we're like, "Why the fuck did I come in here?" Yeah, that happens. Well, one of the things I have to say I can appreciate is, you know, when you forget something, you don't always know that you forgot something. Like it was years. So in the first Harry Potter movie, when Neville Longbottom, I believe, gets the Remembrall or Remembrall, whatever. Um, he gets it and it immediately turns red because he's forgotten something. And it's like, the only problem is I can't remember what I've forgotten. And it was years later, I didn't realize he wasn't wearing his uniform. Just didn't even, I never picked up on that. But yeah, it's kind of like that. It's like, you don't know what you've forgotten. Like, I forgot it, so I don't remember it. I don't. It's hard to pick up. But yeah, good concept. All right. Change for $1. The next time you make a purchase, hand the clerk a $1 bill and ask her to make change. She will hand you back a number of coins. Several of which bear the likeness of a long dead or historical figures. Stating the obvious. Stating the fucking... No shit. No shit. You don't say. I can't say this is good, but it's... Yeah, it's not untrue. All our money has dead people on it. So, fun. Eh. The changing of the colors. Everyone knows that colors are simply the result of the reflection of light, yet everything we see is represented by these few colors present in one spectrum. However, most people aren't aware that, under certain conditions, our world is not limited to this. What these conditions are, I will not reveal for the safety of the reader. Despite this, I will disclose that there are several places on Earth which are affected by this changing of the colors. Think, sunspots on the face of the sun. These places usually appear as we would expect, but are affected by a certain cycle during which they will briefly become as dark as the deepest reaches of the vacuum of space, known as impossible colors. Do not think of pitch black, another shade of emptiness unimaginable to humans. For this period, the place changes entirely, in shape and form, inhabited by beings constructed in strange dimensions which would lead to complete insanity in many witnesses. However, this is not the most gut-wrenching element present here. After the short interjection between the normal spectrum and this other impossible niche hidden from reality, unfortunate beings who have managed to slip inside and become lost here are subjected to a terrible fate. Once this short time frame has occurred, those present are unable to return, ever. Some call this the abyss. According to certain unspecified folklore, those left behind become one with the colors visible in our world and are dismissed as spectators for eternity. They just watch on with their last thread of hope. Huh. I like the idea of So we see in 3 colors. Everything we perceive is in 3 colors. And the idea that if there was another color that our eyes could perceive, how would things look? How would how would something that would be empty look? Would it be the same? Would it be different? Would it be some like we can't imagine a new color, right? We can think of shades in between all colors that we know about, but we can't mentally produce a color that previously hasn't existed. We can get shades that are uncommon or something like that, but we can't do it. Our eyes just simply aren't capable. But like a dog sees in 2 colors. I think it's either red and green or yellow and green. I forget which one. I don't know if it's different between different species, but they see like that. Like green is still green, but everything else might not stand out as much. So that yellow tennis ball might end up more green, whereas it takes something lighter to end up as yellow. I don't know, or something like that. Um, a green ball would be hard to find in green grass. So it supposedly. So if there was like a 4th color spectrum that we were able to see, for one, how would we define that? And 2, what would everything else look like previously? Also, here's a neat thought experiment. Someone who's completely blind and been blind their whole life has never seen color. Imagine trying to explain them the color blue, the color green or something, or the color red. It's something you can't do because you can't use things that you have seen. You can try and explain it by feels. You're like, well, red is like fire, but you can make red ice. Blue is like is cold generally. Except when it's fire, in which it's actually hotter than the red generally. Okay, that's not confusing. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to explain to someone who's never seen color before. Chanting. Something horrible has happened to my brother. He's been chanting in his bedroom non-stop. We tried to take him to a psychiatrist. We tried drugging him. We tried hypnotizing him. He didn't seem to be strong enough. Nothing worked. Today I went by his room to try and feed him, as usual. Although my parents gave me strict orders not to turn him around, I decided to take one look at my brother anyway. What I saw could have given me nightmares. He was staring into the distance, and his irises were pulled dangerously tight. I could barely even see his pupils anymore. He opened his mouth. All glory to Hip, no, Toad. What have you done to him? I screamed in the darkness of his room. Whoever you are, Hip or whatever the fuck you are, I miss my brother. Bring him back. My brother ignored me and refused his food, curling back into his fetal position in the dark corner of his room. When I found his Hypno Toad or Toes motherfucker, I'm gonna rip his fucking eyes. All glory to Hypno Toad. Futurama. Ah. No, that's a fun one. That's a fun one. It's a joke. It's a creepypasta. But it's fun. I like it. It's like if it was set in, like, this would be like the first episodes of the Hypnotoad show. Like, this is what happened, and like you don't know what's going on. It's like, no. Eh. Yeah.
Yes?
All glory to Hypnotoad. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, she doesn't want to look. All glory to the Hypnotoad!
This was one of those creepypastas.
So, okay, so, I don't mean to interrupt your story time, but there was a guy who didn't know there was an episode of just the Hypnotoad, I have seen it. It's an actual 30-minute episode of just the Hypnotoad. So he didn't know, but what he did is he had, so his friend, he had kids, and his kids' friends came over, and they were starting to get annoying. So he went, "Hey kids, I've got a cartoon for you," and he put on like a loop of the Hypnotoad, and these kids sat there, I think he said for an hour, and just watched this damn toad.
Unironically.
And then it finally ended, and the kids went home, and he was so happy with himself. Because it's like, what the fuck? These kids sat for an hour and watched the fucking toad. Yeah. That's it. They watched the toad.
It's like, don't expect that to work.
Okay, somehow it did.
I mean, fuck. Take your wins when you can, I guess. But yeah, this is one of those creepypasta. Like, the setting of the creepypasta, I could see, like, it was like the first episodes of Hypnotoad where not everyone would have seen the show. And, like, I mean, like, in the canonical, Futuramaverse. Huh?
Sorry, I got... But yeah, like, okay. I love the Hypnotoad. And no, I'm not being hypnotized by the Hypnotoad. I love the Hypnotoad. Like,
That's exactly what someone hypnotized by Hypnotoad would say.
Don't you dare. I love the Hypnotoad. I also really love Leela. Like, I love her as a character. She's so fucking awesome.
Yeah, she's badass. Except when she's not, for some reason. She's out of character, but whatever. But, I thought it was a funny one.
All hail the Hypnotoad!
But yeah, it's like a kid's brother ends up basically getting hypnotized by Hypnotoad. But they don't know it. So, like, as far as like the canonical Futurama universe,
yeah,
it's like if it like not everyone knows about the show yet, so this could be like the early stages of the show before it gets popular. And so if not everyone knows it, you know, that would be pretty freaky when that's what keeps happening. Oh.
the two characters I love the most, and Leela and Zoidberg. Like, holy shit, Zoidberg is my baby. And I'm so glad he got the happy ending that he fucking deserves!
He's a very underappreciated character. He really is.
I've even seen how the voice actor does his voice, and it's like, oh my god, you're so cool!
Oh man. Alright, I had to get a blanket. It's fucking cold. Okay. No, I like that one. That was fun. Oh. Excuse me. Alright. The Chariot. A nightly hitchhiker on Lincoln Road is likely to see an elderly couple ride past in a chariot. Should the hitchhiker request a ride, the couple will happily provide him with one. The ride will be long and dark, and the hitchhiker will inevitably fall asleep along the way. No one in the surrounding towns has owned a chariot in over a century. There was a canyon slightly west of Lincoln Road that smells of feces and decaying meat. Every night the smell grows stronger, and some folks say that they can hear a faint echo of clattering and creaking, like a wooden contraption being dragged along. By Big Bug 64. I'm trying to figure out what the implication is here. It's just like something that's already would be super uncommon. And I guess the assumption is there's a horse. And when I think chariot, I'm not sure we're thinking of the same thing. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure what to think of this one. All you know is that in one way or another, he ends up at the ideally, they end up at the bottom of the canyon somehow and dying. It's weird. The chasing light. I came home from work every night around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, just late enough where the moon was hidden behind the giant tree line that engulfs my house. It's always pitch black and I never see where I'm going, so I always use the light on my phone. But tonight my phone had died, so I had to walk by memory. Something felt really odd this night, almost like I was being watched. I turned around to look down my long driveway, and at the end of it, I saw a light. It wasn't headlights. It was brighter than any light I had ever seen. I couldn't stop staring at it. I eventually regained my composure and started to walk towards my house. As I turned away, I heard the loudest scream that ever graced my ears. I turned back to look at the light and noticed it was coming straight down the driveway, right at me. I froze in my tracks long enough to see exactly what the light was. It looked like a floating old woman with nasty hair, rotten teeth, and dressed in a tattered brown gown. But the most disturbing feature was a bright light erupting from her eyes and mouth. I came to my senses and ran towards my door. The light was close enough where I could see the walkway to my house. I ran as fast as I could to the door. I was hoping my brother had left the door open. Thank God he did. I bolted inside, latching the chain and deadbolted right behind me. As the lock secured in place, it was there, right outside my door, staring into my house and completely engulfing my house in a bright yellow light. It was beating on my door, but there was almost no force behind its blows. I felt safe. I wanted to go to my room, but I couldn't, knowing this thing was outside my door. The screeches still pierced my ears. I let out one last scream. It let out one last scream, the loudest of them all, and it disappeared in a burst of light. It was gone, but the light remained. I realized my brother had just gotten home, and his headlights shone where the creature had disappeared. I didn't know what it was or why it left so suddenly, but since then, I don't dare walk my driveway at night without my own light. I carry 3 flashlights in my car at all times, just in case. Okay. Actually, it's not bad. Don't know who the author is, but if they were the one who added that, it's Godzilla 10, Godzilla 10, like collab, Godzilla. Might be them. Sure. Yeah, definitely an interesting one. You know, I would say it's hard to say. It can be a crapshoot, like on which of these is like actually interesting in regards to like, you know, these are contingents and they end with we don't even know what the fuck it was. but we're not giving it a chance to try and find out. Kind of things, you know. Because let's face it, we often find ourselves in a situation where like, I don't know, that's the best thing. You know, it can be kind of crazy, kind of crazy. Um, I think the idea of how lights work can definitely create a very interesting dynamic that the lack of light creates leaves an open space for the creature, but another light source will also push it away. I think that makes things pretty interesting. Chayton, I'm posting this from my basement. I don't have time. He knows everything. He just pretends not to. I'll tell you all I can about him, but it will have to be short enough that I can tell my story. He was a 12-year-old kid that seems normal. That seems normal. Normal, right? Not as normal as you'd think. He watches you, he watches you, you see? He watches all day. I only noticed him when I caught a glimpse of him staring at me as I was on the bus. I first thought it was strange, but then he kept doing that watching then. But then he kept doing that watching then, walking away without anyone noticing. I've found other blog posts of him, all of them from people he's talked to. All of them from people he's talked to, who then he finds them alone and says that he's been testing them all with different things like anger and joy and once even love. The person tries to explain why, but you've got your commas in the wrong place. It's getting really confusing. But just cuts off and says, "Have a nice day." Just that, nothing else. A theory of mine is that he knows all of the passwords of the past individual by watching them and deleting everything they post. I tried to look at the older posts that I saw before finding the other ones. He's deleting them right now. I'm avoiding him deleting this by using a different password and closing the doors and blinds and turning off all webcams. The oldest one is from 2011 where he was 11. Seems to change his age with the year. He uses the same first name and last name starters, but always different look. His last name always starts with an S or a C. I tried to face him in person, but can't get to him. He's always gone forever. He's always gone whenever I get him. He's watching me right now, or at least trying. One guy tried to talk to him to ask him a question. He looked at the man and said, "I don't know about that." He answers this to every question except questions he knows he can answer. One guy went as far as to say that he told them who he truly was. The fourth god. His name, for now, was Chayton. S-C-B... Chayton S or Chayton C. Beware this kid. Next time you see a kid staring at you from the bus, tell him that you know him. He will know where you got that information and ask you what is his name. If you answer something other than Chayton, then he'll say, "Try again later." Then you will need to wait till the next time you see him. But if you answer correctly, then he will stare at you and say, "Well done." But I don't know what happens after that. No one knows except him. Alright, so this was a little confusing. Is someone confused about grammar? if fixing up the grammar would make this a little easier to read. But I think that's interesting. I got confused when he was talking about the whole passwords and posts and stuff. The transition was a little messy, so it was hard to stay invested. If I read this, I'd probably give it more time to make sure I can distinguish or whatever. If I read this as its own video. So definitely, cheese a lantern. Oh, it's a food. All right, cheese a lantern. 3 green onions divided. 2 package, 8 ounces each. Cream cheese softened. 1 package, 8 ounces of shredded cheddar cheese divided. 1/4 cup finely chopped red peppers. 2 slices of pepperoni. All right, directions. Cut 4-inch length from green end of 1 onion. Slice remaining onions. Beat cream cheese and 1 1/4 cups of cheddar with mixer until well blended. Stir in sliced onions and peppers. Refrigerate for 1 hour. Shape into ball, rolling in remaining cheddar. Cut pepperoni into shapes for the jack-o'-lantern's eyes, nose, and mouth. Press into cheese ball to make a face. Insert green onion pieces into the top for a stem. I can see it. Yeah, okay, so it's a cheese ball that you basically decorate. Okay. No, that's actually not bad. That actually sounds interesting. I probably wouldn't want to do onions, but yeah. I've had cheese balls. Cheese balls are pretty good. I just don't like it like when it's nuts. I'm not much of a nut fan. Like I'll eat boiled peanuts, and I'll eat peanuts sometimes. I'll eat cashews, or like toffee covered ones, or I'll eat pistachios, and sometimes pecans. But overall, I'm not much of a nut fan, if you will. Anyway, yeah, feel free to try that recipe. Go ahead. I wish there was a picture, but fortunately not. Chewing. She used to chew on her bottom lip a lot. It never worked out whether it was a nervous habit or some weird thing that she did in an effort to look cute. Regardless, that was her trademark. At first, it was little things. She'd scratch at her skin and continue to gnaw at her own lip until eventually rumors began to spread. I remember someone saying that she'd eat rocks just to chip off pieces of her teeth and eat them. I saw this all as something unnerving and horrifying to witness. Her mouth often bled while she talked, and soon she'd simply stop saying anything. The girl would sit and chew on her fingernails and nod along with the conversation. I would have asked what it was all about, but I was a bit nervous about talking to someone who was only an acquaintance and addressing a problem that may be bigger than both of us. I was right about the problem being bigger than I thought. Usually, when you are nervous, there is a part of you that is telling you it's all in your head and that you should man up. I wish I didn't man up. I'd happily take staying at home and being a pussy than confronting her again. It was at a party. She broke down and said it was all stress of her family and friends and school. I took her to my place, thinking her family was abusing her. She wouldn't admit it, but I stupidly jumped to an extreme conclusion. Now I'm stuck. Whatever the girl is now doesn't like her skin. She also doesn't like my skin. In fact, I'm pretty sure she doesn't like anything human. And now I don't. She kissed me in thanks, and now my flesh burns. I need to bite it off. It's not even tasty. It's horrid and thick. But that's all I can think about. One of us. Yeah. No, this was actually interesting. You see something that would be a relatively normal habit, and then you found a way to... You took something that was relatively normal, and you found a way to make it horror-based. This is an okay pasta. I think it's well written. It's short. I think this is another one that could use expansion. But yeah, this is... I'd say this is a pretty good one. I like anything that takes a normal concept, a normal thing about us, and you make it a horror thing. It definitely takes a talent. It's not easy to do that. All right. The Child in Black. The unknown girl. She follows everyone who walks into her mom's house. Her mother was mean. She used to beat children with a long metal pole. This unknown girl was the main victim. Finally, her mother whacked her so hard on her body, she fell down the stairs, breaking her neck. Her mother, knowing someone might look for her, put a black coat on her and shoved her in a closet. Days passed. Her mother left the house, worried someone would notice about her child. The little girl, however, died so furiously that she took form of a child with a broken neck, with blood all over herself. Her eyes were pitch black and her mouth was twisted into a crooked frown. Forever watching her house, even the slightest look at the child's house will make you her prey. She follows you until you forget to turn on the light switch when you come into the house. She stares at your window with black eyes. When you finally close the blinds and lock your doors, that's when she attacks. With all the fury that came with her death, she carries you by the neck to your room, and if that didn't kill you, her black coat closes the light around you, and ever so slowly, she brings the same evil pole that killed her, and bashes it in your face until you look just like her. This actually feels similar to some of the Japanese horror stories. So a lot of Japanese ghosts and stuff are like very much like vengeful spirits, and they want that revenge. They don't care who it is. This feels like some of those, like, you know, it. Oh fuck! Like you want, they want to get that revenge, and any prey will do, like it said in here. This feels like that situation. The aesthetic of the girl feels kind of like that, except for the black eyes, maybe. But there's a lot of like mangled type ghosts in many Japanese horror folklore, and I always found that kind of interesting. Hmm. Childhood superstitions. When I was 8, I stayed up late at night watching television. My mother always told me never to turn on the television exactly at 4:44 a.m. If you ever did, you would hear clicks and heavy breathing in the next room. If you do check, a black shadow with red eyes will glare at you. They also told me if I wore another person's glasses, I will see if that person's death. It's true. I put on my mother's glasses, and since then I've always been a bit fearful of my father. Ooh. That's interesting. That's interesting. Not that is not one I've heard before. That's a good one. I put on other people's glasses. I haven't seen this before. I haven't seen it like that before. But that is conceptually interesting. This is definitely one of those things like, go the fuck to bed, go the fuck to sleep, and also don't fuck with other people's glasses. You can fuck up your own eyes. Like, I so I have my glasses now, and the problem is my far sight really sucks, but my near sight is for the most part fine. But it has definitely changed my eyes. Everything that's further away is actually more blurry than it used to be before I got glasses. Okay, but everything is still comparatively much clearer now with the glasses. Like, I can see so much better in general. So, yeah, 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 it's like one of those things like, hey, don't put on other people's glasses. It's not good for you. I wouldn't do this. I wouldn't say this to anyone. But because I don't like the idea of using fear to control people and their habits just to keep them safe. But, whatever. I feel like this picture, however, it's like a field, produce field, or maybe something like that. And it's cityscape in the glasses. Ooh, I don't like that picture. The children. There are 5 of them, looking for me. God damn it, I'm too afraid to breathe, dreading that they might hear it. I push the cupboard open just a little, just to peek out. Nothing. I step out, tiptoeing at the end of the hallway. Just then, I hear one of them calling out behind me. Come out, mister. We just want to play. In a horrible, sadistic voice, I turn my head slowly, and then I see a child with the most pale skin I've ever seen. His eyes were bloodthirsty, with a wide smile. It was so wide it made me shiver. What made me step back in fear was the bloody cleaver was the bloody cleaver he held in his hand. At that moment, I noticed that he started slowly walking towards me. He was quietly chanting a prayer. For me, I guess. It was at that moment I snapped my head forward and sprinted. I made a sharp turn to the right. No children in sight. I was getting close to my front door. I just need to get out, and that was it. I reached the front door, twisted the knob, and swung it open. I stepped out, only to shout in horror. There were more children, all over the street, boys and girls, all with the same pale skin, wide eye, wide smile, and bloody cleaver. I was about to run, but then I felt something sharp hit the back of my head. I fell down, dead. Then I woke up. So this feels like a lucid dream. That's how I'd put it. It feels like a lucid dream. And that's definitely something that feels scary, right? You get that lucid dream, and who fucking knows? Who fucking knows, right? Because sometimes you get a dream where you can actually feel shit. And you're like, holy fuck, why does this have to happen? Child's plaything. The pasta. Over the few years I've been alive, I've learned of emotions, particularly anger and hatred. The reality of my life is that it is extremely tedious, painful, agonizing, and just awful. Every day I hear the same high-pitched squeals and screams, and the occasional attempt of lowering a voice. I will always shake around spastically. Excuse me. After a few hours of this, usually in the mornings, I will be left on a windowsill in some kind of horrible torture. I'm left for hours, staring into the wide world in which I could be roaming. But no. Instead, I am stuck here in this daily rut. I feel like I am a pawn in a sick game, a child's plaything. I feel like a children's toy. Is it a toy? Is it a toy? I don't know. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't really have an answer. Yeah. Added by Jabronis. Jabronis. Tonto. Jabronis. I don't know. If you're the person who made this, then No, this is actually kind of neat. Toy Story kind of jump started the idea of if toys were sentient, and the idea that they could feel torture. Yeah, and you have a really shitty kid. Ooh. Yeah, I could see it. I could definitely see it. Chill in your spine. If you feel a chill up your spine, someone is walking into your future. If you feel a chill up your spine, someone is walking on your future grave. That's a clever way to think about it. So we understand that it's goosebumps, right? Excuse me. Like we understand that much. I am being heard, right? I haven't been just test. Okay, I was about to say. I was worried I wasn't being heard. Woohoo! I still don't know why it's not going through the actual mic audio. Whatever. But yeah, we know what goosebumps are. This one's a hard sell, but it's someone who like doesn't get these feelings. It would definitely work on them, I think. I'd like to know the owner or the author. All right. Chilling details. Blood. It was all I saw in the early morning light. Practically everywhere, from the splatter on the wall to the pool on the floor and the body. That lifeless body floating on it. As I looked at the body, marinating in its blood, I got this strange feeling of both joy and horror. I've done this job for many years now, and still this feeling never goes away. I look at the walls, unsatisfied at how bare they are. His signature had to be left, and he liked it in blood. I looked down to my hands. The left having dry spatters of blood, while the right still holding the knife. It was soaked in a now drying sticky red liquid. There wasn't enough, and the pool wouldn't work either. Where's my... Okay, it's still there. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, we decided we were awake, and, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do it. We went ahead and did our little Christmas thing. Sorry about that. Alright, so now we can go to the next one, to the next creepypasta. Because that's what we're doing right now. Alright. Twistlight, how you doing? I'm doing alright, I suppose. Just dealing with things day by day. Is this the same here? It is not. Okay. The chills. I'm all alone right now. And everything is scaring me. Even my cat is considered a monster to me. I can't shake the feeling away. It just keeps coming back. There's always something breathing on the back of my neck. Oh, and don't get me started on the chills. They pop up all the time. When I get up to get something to eat, when I go to the bathroom, even when I'm typing this, I can't sleep either. It's just the same chill that runs down my spine. The voices. No, not this again. It's more than just chills now. It's these damn voices. They tell me to kill myself. They say that they're going to kill my family. They speak of what they'll do to me. I can't take it anymore. They've got to me. I can feel it behind me again. That stupid feeling when you get when you're scared. Or if there's something behind you, it won't stop. That's it. I'll kill myself tonight. Right after this goes up on the internet. No more. No more. No more. Is this what you want? Huh? Is this what you fucking want? I'll do it. I'll do it, you stupid voices. Get out of my head. Screaming in the background. Silence then followed by footsteps. And then... Static. By Brony S. Actually, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. It sounds like perpetual paranoia. As far as I can read into it. At least that's how I read it anyway. They're just whatever. I don't know where all the other messages went on the live chat. That was weird. Whatever. Alright. Yeah, I think that one's actually a really interesting one. And actually a fun one to play out. I like these personal tellings of their experience like this, because it's just interesting. I wouldn't mind, actually, I probably wouldn't mind doing this one, and acting this out myself. Alright. Chills. These damn chills. I don't remember when they started. I just remember having them. Always having them. They're the reason why I always wear layers. Even in the summer, when I sleep with so many... Why I sleep with so many blankets. Why when I'm told to turn the heating down because the temperature of my room rivals the sauna, I never can. I tried to figure out a pattern to them, to see if they were triggered, but I soon gave up. They didn't come in intervals. They didn't come on certain days or hours. They just came. It didn't matter what I was doing either. Even in my sleep, the chills came and woke me. Oh yes, my parents pulled the usual, maybe the doctor can help. Well, At least he tried. Everyone could tell when they happened. Everyone... Well, at least he tried. Everyone could tell when they happened. I'd shiver, maybe twitch. Sometimes I'll jolt. Kind of like a spasm. But it's only ever brief. But ever so obvious that I just had to chill. The most annoying thing about these chills is that they don't feel like chills. Oh, I've been cold before. I felt the need to cross my arms around my chest and hold on to whatever warmth was available as the cold seeped into my core. I don't feel like that. No, if anything, they feel like stroking. One long, bony, smooth, icy cold, and almost metallic-like finger stroking down my spine in a mocking show of affection. That's what they feel like. And sometimes they feel like more. Like something is breathing down my neck. Or chest pressed up against my back, and I'll quickly turn around, but there's never anything there. But the chills. These chills are there. Hauntingly gentle. Driving me insane. Because it's as if the chill is always there. Because it's out of sight, but always near. Credit to friction. Alright, that's a good one. That, I would say, is a good one. This is definitely one I'd probably recommend to people. I think this one works really well. Better than I would think under normal circumstances. It definitely deserves some good credit. Well, actually, both this one and the last one are actually pretty damn good. Like, and again, they're fun to act out. The Chimera. Damn. What the hell? The Chimera Lab. It was a Friday afternoon, and I just got home from school. I was informed that my granddad had died from an unknown cause. This is very depressing news to me, and my granddad... This is very depressing news to me, and my granddad used to play a lot of video games together, and he was also very skilled at them. Later at his house, me and my family went to get his belongings, such as clothes. Whilst there, I noticed a strange box my granddad said never to open. I just expected something embarrassing to be there, or baby photos or something. I opened due to curiosity, and it contained a copy of Earthbound, a game I had previously emulated but never actually played the way it was supposed to. I slipped it into my pocket, eager to play this gem of a game. Upon arriving home, I noticed the words CHMR written on marker on the back. I simply ignored this. I booted up the game, and it seemed perfectly fine. The awesome soundtrack, humorous dialogue, and addicting gameplay were all present. However, when I got to Foresight, I got very lost. I found a passage that I don't remember being in the game. It led to a mysterious abandoned lab. In the lab there was blood spattered on the floor. Body parts stuck on the ceiling and a series of torture tools on the table. In one room I checked a series of lockers, and it showed photos of people with crosses going across the photos. The last one was my granddad. This was very creepy. What followed got worse. Pokey appeared and then exclaimed I had seen enough. He then proceeded to rip the eyes out of Nessa's body, rip off Paula's arms and remove Jeff's legs, and remove them with move them with animal and replace them with animal parts. I then shut off the game. I realized CHMR meant chimera. After hours of research, I found out that people in the photos had previously owned the game and died. This explains my granddad's sudden death. And then I had a chill down my spine. How convenient. Okay, so I'm biased. Story ends. So I'm actually playing Earthbound with my wife right now. Like, we've been playing through it. And I'm past Foreside. So
What about me doing woohoo?
talking about Earthbound, this was an Earthbound creepypasta.
Oh.
The called the Chimera Lab.
I was like, can I do something?
No, I was just talking about it.
I'm just sitting here watching Jaw Crush. I don't know what I did. Everybody, I'm sorry.
You're fine. So yeah, we've been playing this, so I don't think there's a chimera in the game, at least not as far as I've gone through yet. There might be. I mean, it is a crazy game, and I love it. I love every bit of it. The creepy parts are nothing to scoff at. Getting lost in Force. I did get lost in Foreside. It's easy to get lost. There's a section that I can't get to yet. I don't have an explanation for it. I haven't gotten that far enough, I guess, because I know I'm going back and forth between certain areas. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to go back to Foresight at some point. Don't ruin it for me. I could definitely believe there was a lab somewhere under there and that Poke was involved, but I don't see this happening, of course. But yeah, no, it's interesting. It's interesting to see that. I'd put this about maybe a 4 out of 10 or something. But I can see it in my head. I can see it. The part that I think takes me out of it is body parts stuck on the ceiling. You don't see the ceiling in Earthbound, so I don't know how you, unless it was just up against the wall as far as the ceiling went. So yeah, I don't know. Or if it was just like a side view, a pure side view, not the isometric view that it gives you. Through most of it anyway. Because like the lateral is east to west, I believe. So east to west is straight, but north and south are at an angle. And that changes the dynamic of how you look at the world. But Foreside stays isometric on both axes. And that makes it really confusing. But definitely interesting. China doll. A beautiful 8-year-old girl, Lizzie, got this adorable China doll for her birthday. She called her Sam. One day Izzy was playing with her doll until her mom called her for bed. Izzy put the doll in the basement and went up to bed. In the middle of the night, she heard weird noises. She heard China doll in the basement. China doll on the stairs. China doll in your parents' room. Now they're dead. Izzy fell back into a troubled sleep. In the morning, she raced to her parents' rooms, and they were dead. She cried to her brother. She cried as her brother planned the funeral. Izzy did not play with Sam that day. She went up to bed early and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, she heard chanting again. China doll in the basement. China doll on the stairs. China doll in your parents' room. China doll in your brother's room. Now he's dead. Izzy shivered and fell into another troubled sleep. In the morning, she went to her brother's room. He was dead. She spent the day in her room and wouldn't come out. Night fell again, and she went to sleep. She heard the chanting again. China doll in the basement. China doll on the stairs. China doll in your parents' room. China doll in your brother's room. China doll in your room. She gazed up to see the doll. Now you're dead. The police found her the next day with no sign of the murderer. All they heard was the chuckling in the distance, the chuckle of a brown-haired, brown-eyed China doll on the hunt for her next victims. Not the only one, but I hate dolls. Fucking hate dolls. What the hell? Is there supposed to be a... Seems like there's supposed to be a picture there. Whatever. Chips. It's a normal day today. You're on holidays, but your parents are still at work while you stay home alone. You're well accustomed to being alone. You often like to be left alone and with your own thoughts. Your parents will be home at 4:30 or so, and it's 2:11 at the current moment. You're just sitting at your computer reading some dumb, scary story stumbled upon while searching for something and eating some potato chips. Your dog is sitting next to you, staring at your chips. She obviously is hungry and wants some. So you drop a couple on the floor and let her eat. You finish the scary story, but you don't find it very scary, just a little stupid. You head to YouTube to watch some funny videos of people tripping over and falling off stuff. Your dog starts coughing. You don't bother to look around, though. She usually coughs sometimes. You hear a trickling noise coming from the roof and look outside. It's raining, but only lightly. Turning back around, you catch sight of the dog. She's looking at you, but you have no food left. She looks different from before, but you can't quite figure out what has changed. You shake it off and continue to watch videos. You find a video titled, "Little Girl and Dog Die, Must Watch." You know it's probably fake, but there's nothing else to watch, so you begin to watch it. It starts off with a girl sitting in a study that looks just like yours. She also looks like you, and there's a dog beside her that looks like yours. This is fucking creepy. But you keep watching out of curiosity. You notice a bottle of pills beside her, and she picks them up and starts to eat them and feeds a couple to her dog. A few seconds later, the dog begins to sputter and cough and eventually falls to the ground with blood seeping from its mouth and eyes. At that moment, you can hear the door opening. It's 4:24, so it's definitely your parents. You continue to watch the video and you hear your mother scream. You turn around and she's crying and screaming, pointing at you. What? What is it, Mom? You ask her, but she's still in hysterics. You look back at the video and you see the girl, face lying on the desk, eyes and mouth bleeding, dead. Interesting. It's interesting. It kind of psychosemantic, I guess. That might not be the right term. The idea that it's chips. Where was this actually? To think it's chips. And which chips? Like, wait, it said potato chips, didn't it? Yeah, okay, so it is potato chips. I'm trying to see how that would make sense. It's like at some point she was just already dead. And she was just seeing this play out. Jerk. Knocking shit over. So at this point, that's when Yeah, so at this point, it's basically right here. They end up both dying. So the dog first, and then yeah, okay, interesting. That's definitely a neat one. The Chosen One. You know the heroes of video games, books, and movies? The ones whom everyone looks up to. The ones who perform great deeds of valor. You may want to emulate them, to imitate their actions in every day. Don't do that. Take any hero from any story, Gordon Freeman, the Dragonborn, Flair, your favorite protagonist, any hero. All of their actions have been totally guided by the writer. Even in video games, every single action has either been accounted for or never added to the game. The player can only choose options that are already predetermined. The side characters, although being fairly shallow, have little to no destiny. The player or reader has more freedom on what to think of the character's past and future. If the side characters were sentient, could control their own destiny, while the main character has no choice in the matter. The main character can perform his or her destiny and nothing else. Even side quests are just part of his or her destiny. They've already been accounted for, and the options are still restricted. Now imagine if life were set up like that, like a book or a video game. Think of the life of a main character. You don't want to be the chosen one. Yeah, that's always interesting. The idea of, well, what does the hero of the story actually entail? Like, ideally they've been growing up, but you're also talking about it from a meta point of like, how much choice do you really have? Oh, a Lovecraft poem. Christmastide. This is an by H.P. Lovecraft. The cottage hearth beams warm and bright. The candles gaily glow. The stars emit a kinder light above the drifted snow. Down from the sky a magic steals to glade the passing year, and bilfers sing with joyous pearls, for Christmastide is here.
Excuse me, sorry.
That's more heartwarming. Hold on. Han?
Yoa.
Here's an H.P. Lovecraft. It's short. Christmastide. The cottage hearth beams warm and bright. The candles gaily glow. The stars emit a kinder light above the drifted snow. Down from the sky the magic steals, too glad the passing year. And bilfers sound with joyous pearls, for Christmastide is here.
That is rather lovely.
Yeah, I'm confused why it's here.
Lovely.
I know H.P. Lovecraft is normally a horror one, but horror and suspense, but
Yeah.
this one's just like Merry fucking Christmas. Merry Chrimmis.
Indeed. Merry Christmas. Momo, baby, the water thing is over there.
Murr Chrimmis. Everybody.
Merry Chrysler, apparently.
Jesus wants a hug. Alright. The Chronicles of an Assistant. Hello, everyone. My name will be kept quiet as it must be this way in order to get this information out to the world. You can call me the assistant if you so desire. Over the course of the past few centuries, those employed in the medical fields have come and go, but there have been but have been secret hospitals sprouting as of late. These hospitals bring in just about everyone they can get their hands on. Boys, girls, adults, the elderly. It does not matter who they snag in their web of schemes. Generally, the people who end up in these facilities have been abandoned by society. Yes, this means orphans and mental patients alike are lured into the experimentations. This is due in order to bring the population down by performing tests on them, under the guise of being professionals who wish to help these poor people. Instead of delivering on their promises, however, they have committed unspeakable atrocities against these patients. I do not want to concern these grotesque happenings I have witnessed here, but I know I must. I know not of their fates, only what is physically done to them in the facilities. They just come in, and for a while, they aren't seen again. I am one of the doctor's assistants in these hospitals. My job is to record all the data they acquire from their research. I write down the conversations between the doctor and his patient, do other tasks I would rather not speak of. Over time, I will start revealing these conversations and possibly some of the grotesque events that happen here. Please understand that I cannot disclose much information at this present time. Let's just say that the last person who tried to get the message out was replaced by me. Please, for the sake of humanity, please take heed and pay close attention to what I will be telling you in the near future. This is real, and it is happening as we speak. I wonder if there's actually a series that the writers created. That'd be interesting. Circus. There's a tent in a traveling circus in India. Inside the tent, there is a man who is an expert in poker. You can recognize him because he always bets exactly $2.31. If you beat him after 3 rounds, he will bet his soul on the 4th round. Nobody has ever beaten this man on the 4th round. And if you lose, well, you don't want to know. Gambling. The classified ad. Every year, for an unknown number of years, an ad has been published in the New York Times classified section. The advertisement is short and lists a seemingly mundane household appliance: a refrigerator, a vacuum, a piece of furniture. A select number of people in the U.S., and indeed the world, search for this advertisement, which contains 3 key words, seemingly unusual for a simple ad. Once found, the people wait exactly 1 week for a second ad in the New York Times. Also, ostensibly a normal, if strangely worded ad, but combined with the first, provide both a code key and message. The code, when completed, is a series of numbers which correspond with the Washington, D.C. Yellow Pages, and page number, column, letter number, etc. And this in turn creates a text message. The text of the message is vague but contains the following information. Soon, a gathering will be held in Washington, D.C. The searchers are instructed to bring a fellow guest to accompany him or her to the gathering. The destination is a very old hotel in Georgetown, an establishment dating back to the time of the Founding Fathers. Sometimes searchers are instructed to bring a scientist, such as a physicist or biologist. Other years, the instructions are to bring along an engineer or a doctor. The requested person is always professional and of some kind. The seekers and their guests are admitted to the restaurant on the appointed night only after giving a password. Also in the message, to the masked mirrored waiting at the entrance. What follows after is is unclear and they are conflicting accounts. The general consensus is that seekers are rewarded for solving the puzzle and are made wealthy for the rest of their lives, providing they remain silent about what they have discovered. The fate of the professionals is unknown. It's an interesting one. Oh, you know what I could do? If I can just find the images I need, because I really want to make shorts, right? If I make, and a lot of these are plenty short enough. If I were to just record it on my phone as is, and then find an image that would work with it, can I do that? I need to figure out how to do shorts. I don't know how to do them. The Claw. This is a story about when I was a kid. I was 8 years old when I had this dream. I was at my school. Everybody had left and they had locked me in. I was scared out of my mind because the cafeteria was locked too. I had no food and the school was closed for a week. I was walking down the hallway when I saw a tall man in a huge black trench coat. I could not see any of his face except for his glowing red eyes. Thankful to have found someone that might be able to help me, I said, "Thank goodness someone is here. Do you have a key to get out? Or maybe some food?" The man said nothing for about 2 minutes, and then he said, "You shall not leave this place." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean?" "I mean," the man said, "that you will not leave here alive." Suddenly a giant claw emerged from his coat. I felt blood trickle down my chest. I woke up with relief knowing it was all a dream. Later that day, I walked back from school, and I could have sworn I saw a man in a black trench coat with claws staring at me. But a car passed by me, and he was gone. Was it my imagination? I've had a bit of an experience like this where I'll have something will come across, and more likely a story or a scenario, and then like I come across a vague portion of it that I can recognize that feels like part of it, and I'm like, huh, and then it just like never happens again. It's been like that before. All right, I think this might be the last one. Cleo the Killer. It was a bright and sunny day, and Cleo was walking to school. She had no friends and mostly stayed alone. Ooh, excuse me. As she walked into the schoolyard, she entered the building expecting someone to punch her again. Instead, they were all talking about this kid named Jeff whose brother Liu had gone to jail for a year. I walked to my locker. I was right next to Jeff when I looked at him, and he had longer hair and rolls under his eyes, and looked really depressed. I didn't say anything. He looked at me, and I looked away shyly. All of a sudden, these kids, Ryan, Adam, and Zach, popped in front of me and pushed me. At this point, I just went bull freaking Jesus crazy on them. I punched them, kicked them, slapped them, kicked one in the balls. I got detention. Yep. After a few days, I finally talked to Jeff. I said, hi, I'm Cleo. I'm sorry about your bro. It's okay. You didn't do anything. Don't be sorry. Oh. And I'm Jeff. He said, depressed. A few days later, Jeff went crazy. He went to the hospital because a kid caught him on fire. He killed his parents and brother after he got out of JDC. After a month, I snapped. Ryan, Adam, and Zach came up and made fun and made fun of me. It came up and made fun of me, hurt me. So I grabbed my pocket knife and carved one's eyes out, stabbed the other and ran off, and left Ryan there bleeding while the others lie motionless. I cut out my eyes, and my mom came in while I was crying. Sweetie, what are you... Huh? She said cowardly while I was holding 2 knives up to her. Sweetie, your eyes! I can hear and smell and feel people through ground and air. I said to her, Sweetie, please, put the knives down, and we can sort this out. She said with her voice shaking, No, Mom. Go get Dad, and we can settle this. I yelled. All right, sweetie, I'll go get him, she said, voice trembling in fear. She ran to the bedroom. I slowly crept up the hall, hearing my mother was saying, Sweetie, get the gun and call the police. She said as she saw me appear in the doorway. You lied, just like Jeff's parents. I said, grabbing hold of both my parents. As my dad shot up, the last thing they heard was, Feel the pain like I did. I said goodnight as I drew on the wall. On the wall it says, Feel the pain. And I smiled and crawled out the window and disappeared into the woods. Alright, I'm gonna be honest. The first half, the first half was actually pretty good, but once I realized it was a Jeff the Killer spinoff, it started to lose me, because at that point it ended up being very copy-ish. The part where it says, I cut out my eyes. I feel like that's a misnomer. I think it was eyelid. I think it was probably supposed to be eyelids. Well, no, because it says I can hear, I can smell, I can feel. But I don't know. It's just kind of weird. It just came slightly more stuff, but instead of smiling, ear to ear, the eyes are out. And this just ends up coming off a bit like a copycat killer. Alright, how long is... Alright. Okay. Click, click. Once in a small town of Georgia, there was an old man. Once in a small town of Georgia, there was an old man who had no legs. He had really long fingernails, though. He used them to move around. He was also a killer. He went around killing people with his long, long nails. Because of this, people were warned to close and lock out all their doors and windows at 6 until he was caught. One day, a girl asked her mom if she could go play with her friend's house. Her mom looked at the clock. It was 5:30 p.m. Mom told the girl to be home by 6 because that was when the click-click man came out. The girl agreed and was on her way. She played but lost track of time. Her friend's mom told her to be careful on her way home and get there as fast as she could. She offered to walk her home, but she said it was fine and then left. The girl looked at her watch. The time was 5:52. She observed people calling their children and locking their doors. Shoot, I'd better run, she thought. Finally, she reached her street, but then she heard a strange noise. Click, clack, click. She turned around. It was him. She ran until she finally reached her house and ran to the door and pounded on it, but the girl's mom had fallen asleep, and the door was locked, and the curtains were closed. The click-clack sound got louder. She kept pounding on the door, but no answer. The pounding stopped. Upon waking and forgetting that her daughter had gone out the previous night, she went out to get her newspaper. When she got outside, she screamed at the sight. Written on the doorstep in blood, "Mom, why didn't you open the door?" The girl was never seen again. That's a neat one. This next one I think was pretty short. Short enough, I guess. This one also has a video thing that we're not clicking on. Clip 028. On some corners of YouTube, you can find abandoned videos and channels that no one really pays attention to. Some videos are informative, like student films no longer needed. Some are stitched together animation products that no one really has the will to continue. But some are different. Sometimes they are strange and anomalous recordings of the unknown. I came across this video entitled Clip 028. The description was WOTBAAM33M1 unloading just in case. Side note, this video contains some gore, so watch at your own risk. The video contains an introduction from someone writing to the man named Mr. Garfield. Other than this, I am unable to discern the context of what is shown in the video. Another notable trait is that YouTube gets an error when trying to access the channel of the user. That's interesting. That is interesting. Alright, but yeah, I think we're going to end it here. I don't know why it won't show the rest of the chat on my end, on my phone, but whatever. So we'll go ahead and write down, the last one was clip 028. Clip just as is. I'm writing it as the file that I have in here. So perhaps. Alright. Well, thank you everyone who managed to come by. Have a great Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Chrimmis. Merry Christmastide. And hopefully have a Happy New Year. I don't know when I'll stream again. Bless you. I don't know when I'll stream again or whatever, but I don't know, I'll figure something out. You guys have a great night. Have a great day. And have a good Christmas. Feel free to like, comment, share, and subscribe if you want to be my buddy. You can check out my links down below for my social media accounts. Like my Patreon, Twitter, Facebook. And always remember, you have potential. Bye.